So now we are going to discuss about Azure networking. Okay, Azure networking is a very important concept. You need to know how our data will flow in network, and everywhere whenever two resources are communicating each other. For suppose my data factory and as well as my storage account, these two are communicating to each other means the data will flow in network only. Or if I'm communicating, the user is communicating with Azure and all, and from other sources outside of the Azure, if any data is coming inside, so that is also flowing through network only, because the cloud itself is there in network. So you need to know the concepts of the network for sure. What is networking? Networking is a communication system, okay, that allows our devices, servers, applications, databases, and all the cloud resources to talk to each other. So if they need to talk to each other, they need one cell phone. That the cell phone is a network, okay, where our data will flow from there only. Okay, what are networking connects are there? Networking connects means the virtual machines is one of the networking connects, and as well as databases, as well as storage accounts, applications, users, internet, on-prem systems, etc., etc. If the data is flowing from one place to another place means the road or the connection which is there in between is network. That's it. Okay, here the resources are the houses, and networking are the roads that are connecting to the houses. Okay, if I need to go from one place to another place, I can't go from by air na. There should be some road or there should be some path where I can reach my data from a source to destination. That particular path is networking. That's it. Okay, now if networking is not there, the virtual machines cannot talk with database. If networking is not there, user cannot access the application. And networking is not there, internet cannot reach the server. So there will be no internet access, no application communication, no data transfer, and no security boundaries also, and as well as no cloud architecture. So networking is a backbone of the Azure. Okay, and everything flows in network only. Okay, now not only for Azure, for cloud. Okay, what is a networking architecture? So this is what the major thing that you need to understand. First of all, as I told that every region will be there. For that region, there will be something we call it as a virtual network. Sorry, virtual network means we call it as VNet. Okay, I'll explain what is a virtual network. Virtual network means it is a private network. Okay, that was created by cloud to us. That's it. Virtual network, it's not the actual network. Okay, actual network means that where are public network. Okay, virtual network is a private network. Public network means what? Everyone could able to access our applications, or everyone could able to see our data, or every resource can able to communicate with other resource and all in a public manner. But virtual network means it is a private network inside the Azure. It's a private network. Private network means it's not exposed to everywhere. For suppose, if my data factory wants to communicate with the storage account, like before we have created one pipeline for data factory, which is taking files from source and copying to the destination, right? We didn't do anything. We have just established one link connection between that, and we created data sets for that. So it is taking data from source and just putting those, migrating those files to the destination. That's it. That is a public IP. Okay, public IP. Private endpoints means, private means, or in VNet what we will do, we'll create something called as subnets. Okay, just try to understand what I need to say. Within the subnets, what we will do, we'll give one private IP or some separate private network to our particular application, which means my data factory will have one private node, and as well as my particular storage account will have one private IP, and I'll provide that particular endpoint to my data factory so that only that particular application can able to access this particular data factory, or the data factory could able to access only that particular what we call it as data lake. No other applications until and unless we create a connection between them, and these public IPs are not visible to us also. Okay, so that much secure it will be there, and whatever the data is flowing, it flows in an encrypted manner. Okay, so it's a private network. Okay, even every company uses VNets, because when and you can ask me one question like, Rohit, you have already told that there are for Microsoft Azure they are having data warehouse are there, and not data warehouses. The data centers are there. Within that servers are there. Within that racks are there. Physical servers are there. But that whatever the data which we are passing, it is going from HTTPS, and that could be safe only. Then again, why we are creating VNet within the Azure? VNet means virtual private network inside the Azure. Why? Because VNet is used to come to have a secure communication between the resources. Resources means what? If my data factory or data breaks or any like event hubs or anything, if one resource wants to connect with another resource, if my data factory wants to communicate with data lake, at that time the connection should be very secure. But till now we are doing everything public. Okay, public IP. Okay, that anyone can come and they can able to access this. Okay, but when we create a virtual network, it's a private thing, and the data also flows in a very private manner. I hope you understand, but we'll go in depth, do not worry about it. Now, within the virtual network, okay, what virtual network will do, it allows all the resources to communicate securely. Okay, within the virtual network, what we will do, we'll create something called as subnets. Subnets nothing but, see, if virtual network is a building, okay, it's an entire building. So within the entire building, for each and every application will provide one IPs and all private applications. For suppose if these are the three resources I'm having, the virtual mission, Databricks, and app service. You can take data factory also over there. For each and every virtual mission or for each and every Databricks or anything, we'll provide one separate VNet or separate IP, private IPs. Okay, or we can say private endpoints also. So we are allocating the spaces within this particular VNet. So VNet, for suppose VNet is, let us consider as your entire house. Within the VNet, subnets means your rooms. Okay, we won't give entire house na. This is a bedroom, for that is one subnet. Kitchen is one subnet. Washroom is one subnet. So we'll split our entire VNet into multiple rooms that we call it as a subnets. Okay, and there is something called as NSG, network security group. What this net, let me give some basic idea. Okay, what this network security group will do means, you have created the subnets. Okay, you have created one virtual network throughout the thing, and after that you have within the virtual network you are having four applications, not four applications, four resources. What are four resources? This Azure SQL DB you are having, and Azure Data Factory you are having, and as well as Data Lake you are having. Okay, for these three resources you have created three subnets. Okay, fine. And what you will do, you create something called as NSG after that. Okay, network security group. What this NSG will do means, it will create some conditions to that. Conditions means what? Like which data could able to enter over there. That's it. NSG is like as a security guard in front of your house. What it will do, it apply conditions, or if it applies rules to those subnets or the data, that only these IPs are allowed to over here, not any other IPs, public IPs or anything is not allowed. You mention in the NSJ like only you please allow these IPs only, do not allow whatever the IPs you want, like that. So it will send that particular data. Okay, and route tables, what route tables will do, it will route your data from source to destination through route tables only. and there is something called as VPN gateways. So this is what the general network architecture. Within the network, we are having subnet, NSG, route tables, VPN gateway, etc. Subnets is we are giving some part within the VNet. Okay, you will get to know slowly. Do not worry. So what are the main components of the networking? So these are the main components of the networking. You do not need to know all the components, but try to understand which one will do what. Okay, because we are not using all these components to perform. So virtual network, as I have told, it's a private network that was created by Azure to you to make a secure communication between the resources. Subnet means subnet is if VNet is a product, subnet we are dividing the products into multiple parts. Example, one big cake is a VNet, and we are cutting the cake into multiple parts to provide particular private endpoints to each and every resource. So that is a subnets. IP addresses, you need to know what is a IP address. IP address is a it's like as an address of the server, okay, or a place or an endpoint. Okay, within the IPs there are two kinds of IPs will be there. One is public IP and second one is private IP. Okay, and as well as NSG, routing table, DNS, load balancer. Load balancer, you know what load balancer will do? Load balancer will distribute the number of users or number of this particular data to servers in an equivalent manner, or with apply some rules. Okay, now application gateway, VPN gateway, express route, what is peering, and as well as what is firewall. So these are the components. See, virtual network, this virtual network has three things. Within the three dots, we have given one dot to the subnet, or this for the one resource. You can understand like that. DNS, route tables, load balancer, gateway, peering connection, firewall. What is a firewall? Firewall is a place where I think in the last video we have already discussed what happens to the firewalls. It is also gatekeeper. Okay, before your network. Okay, you need to understand all these points for sure. Okay, now once you are okay with this, okay, before that you need to understand few concepts, okay, which are related to network. Then only you could be able to understand what are the routes and all these things. What is a network? When multiple devices connected together to communicate, actually, so to communicate together and share the data. So if they are communicating together to share the data, at that time the whatever the path or the connection is there, through network only the data will flow. Example, when you want to order a food, okay, from the restaurant, I am the person. So what is a restaurant? Okay, restaurant is a website or a server, okay, where my data is residing. So this restaurant consists of one kitchen, that is my database. Okay, the restaurant is a server. Okay, now road is what? The road is a network. From there only the food needs to come from restaurant to your home. What is the IP address? IP address is, for suppose, our apartments is Maheshmati Apartments beside TCS office, opposite T Point. Okay, it is a IP address of our particular flat. It doesn't mean where I'm staying exactly. So door number is my port number. So you need to understand these things. If I ordered food from restaurant, first of all, the restaurant or the server will go to kitchen, or it make the things done. Whatever the order I'm doing, it's a request I'm passing to the server. Through where? Through network only. Sorry, through network only. Okay, but where this particular restaurant or website server will be there, that server will not store the data. The server will go to the database of the kitchen, and he will take the required data or required from food from there, and through road only, means through network only, he will come. First of all, he needs to reach to my location of my IP address, and then he need to search to my what we call it as to my floor, or we call it as port number. Okay, that is what we can say the IP address and port number. Now let us look at the definitions of IP address. IP address means it's a unique identity address given to every device in a network. it is there in the format of 192, 168, 1 point like that. So it is there in this particular format. So it's a unique address or identity which is given to every device or every server in the network. That's it. So there are two kinds of IPs you need to understand, private IP and as well as public IP. Private IP means what? Private IP means it is used inside the internal network. Example are home Wi-Fi, office Wi-Fi, Azure VNets. These are all private IPs where our data flows in a secured and private manner. What are public IPs? Public IPs are accessible from the internet. Okay, if I could able to access anything from the internet, for suppose, if I type something called as GitHub, okay, the data is going securely. But see, if I could able to access this particular platform means it is there in public IP. Means everyone could come and everyone could access this one. Private IP means I need to first of all enter my email and as well as password, everything, or I need to connect to my VPN or anything to access some links and all. So where it comes the public IPs. I hope you understand about this. Now, what is a port? Port is a logical communication door inside a device or a server. Okay, sorry. Port is a logical communication door, okay, inside a device or a server. See, every server or every device will have some amount of where the data should be picked, okay, from that particular. So that particular door or everything is a what we call it as this particular um, ports. Example, if I am staying in an apartment, my apartment is a entire IP address. Okay, my apartment is a IP address. But within my apartment, there are multiple flats will be there. Multiple flats are ports. For suppose 100 flats are there. For that IP address, 100 ports are connected, and each port will have some amount of data in that. And that particular, for suppose, if he needs to order the food to C301, he need to order to that particular C301 port. So that is what the port number. Now come over here. And for one IP, there are multiple ports. As I told now, will be there because one server can run multiple services. That's it. Okay, as I told, one apartment is an IP address. It consists of multiple flats. Like that, one IP will have multiple ports. That's it. Okay. Now the second thing is sorry. Now the second thing is service. See, if for suppose if my website is HTTP, okay, the port is 80. Let us assume secure websites are HTTPS, which are 443. SSH, the ports are 22. FTP, you need to understand what are SSH, what are FTPs, what is MySQL. So these are all examples of port numbers they are given. Now, what happens generally from the browser? It goes to the DNS, you know DNS. So what it will do, it will convert the text or anything that I have wrote. For suppose this xledraw.com, it converts this xledraw.com website into the IP address. That is what the main function of the DNS, domain name system. After that, what will happen? The IP address, if the IP address is valid or that IP address is there in the network, then it will show the IP address found. Once the IP address is been found, then it connects to the required port. For suppose 443 something port number. From there, again through HTTPS communication only, the particular response will be received. Now, you need to understand few basic networking concepts. Okay, not only over here, everywhere this concepts is used. Okay, now what is HTTP? HTTP means Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Protocol. Okay. What it means if a communication language used between the browser and the web server. What web server is doing? Web server is a front end or the front end UI where it holds the static content. So what this will do means it's a communication language used between the web server and the browser. Okay, so if I'm entering anything, the through HTTP only, through that particular network only, it communicates as a language. Okay, it communicates to the web server. Okay, where the data is not encrypted. So whatever the things or whatever the data that you are pushing through internet, so that data is not encrypted. So this HTTP is not recommended to use. Okay. What is HTTPS? It is also hypertext transfer protocol, but at the last S is there, that is secure. What is secure? HTTP is generally hypertext transfer protocol, but S means secure, that is encryption. Whatever the data or that I'm pushing, so it goes through in an encrypted manner. My entire data will be encrypted in the browser itself only, and from there through network it reaches to the web server in an encrypted manner. Or if anyone comes to hack my data or anything, without having key in web server, he can't do anything. So basically, we are having SSLs and as well as TLS. Through this one encryption, we will do SSL and TLS. Okay. Now, what is FTP? FTP means file transfer protocol. For what we use it? We use it to transfer the file. FTP. If I am entering anything in the browser, if I want to communicate to web server, so if I want to communicate to Amazon, okay, see, this will go in HTTPS, means it is going in a secure manner. Okay, so I'm communicating to the browser. So this is it. First of all, where it will connect, it will connect to the front end where it holds a static content. Okay, static content means what? This Amazon, this all the things, it will not change. That's a static content, right? Dynamic content means what? The things which are getting changed in the products every time, the rates and discounts and all. So that is what dynamic content, that holds application server. But first it reaches to the web server only, which holds the static content. Okay, these are these both are used to do communication. If I want to, if I'm browsing anything in the Google, so I'm doing communication with the that particular web server or that particular application. So that's what, if that is called a HTTP, and if you want to go in a secure manner, we use HTTPS. What is FTP? FTP means what? File transfer protocol. If you want to transfer your files through network, or if you are uploading your files to any server, so that is FTP. This is also encryption will not be there. Your data will not be encrypted. What is SFTP? In our current project, we are using SFTP connections, secure file transfer protocols. Why? Because our whatever the data is there, that comes to our Linux servers. Okay, initially Linux servers, that Linux servers we used to transfer those, means on-prem servers. Actually, on-prem servers means what? Those servers are my company related managed servers. Okay, it's not cloud servers. So the initially the data will fall in those on-prem servers only. We need to migrate that data to the Azure data lake. Okay, if I want to move that data to Azure data lake, I these files or the data need to go from network only. Okay, then I can't use FTP because the data is not been encrypted. But SFTP means securely it encrypts my data, and then it transfers. It means it transfers my data, or securely the flight transfer will be done in an encrypted manner. Why we use this for encryption and as well as authentication, mostly used in companies. Our company is using SFTP only. Okay, next TCP. What is TCP? Transmission Control Protocol. Okay, this is for reliable communication. For suppose if you want to check the packet deliveries and all, if you want to resend the missing data and all, if you want to maintain any orders and all, so for those things we use reliable communication transfer, uh, what we got, sorry, transmission control protocol. What is UDP? UDP means user datagram protocol. This is fast but reliable. Where we use, where the speed matters more, okay, than the particular quality of it. For example, video calls, gaming, streaming, those all things we use UDP. But we use in our data engineering, we use SFTPs. HTTPS, if we won't communicate apart from what we call as Microsoft Azure, we won't communicate with anything. But if I want to transfer my files from my on-prem servers to the data lake and all, we use SFTPs. Okay, what are packets? See, packets you need to understand. See, whenever if you are browsing anything in the internet, okay, or whenever you send your request to the internet, the data, whatever that, not the data, the request or anything, it will make the things into data packets. Packets means what? The entire product is being split it into multiple packets, data packets, because the in network it flows like that only. For example, if I need to say, as we have seen in our what we call it as Apache Spark on SQL, like if my data is there, entire data consists of 10 rows and all, what we are doing, we are making it into partitions, and then those partitions are splitted to the worker nodes, right? Same like how the data is split into data packets for the fast and as well as for the fast response and all. So that's why we use packets. Router means what? Router, through router only the data will flow, okay, in the presence of internet. What is a firewall? Firewall also, you know, it's a security guard between in front of that particular browser and all. Not browser, for suppose if you are searching for Amazon, that security guard, first of all there are so many firewall checks are there. It will validate whether this user is valid or not, or with user is doing any unusual things and all. So those things, if anything goes wrong, so it will just simply block, that's it. Okay, that is what firewall. For companies now, firewalls, all these things, very high-end security will be there for that. Okay. Now, this is what the basic networking concepts you need to first of all understand. Okay. Now, what we are going to do right now? What we are going to do right now? We are going to discuss about the VNets subnet. We are going to create one what we call it as virtual network right now, and from that virtual network, what I'm going to do, so this is what the virtual network. Within that virtual network, I will create one Azure data factory, and there is one storage point is also there, same like how that I have done before, that is public connection. Okay, now I'm going to do the private connection. If I'm doing private connection, whatever the private connections that I give to ADF, and whatever the private connections that I give to this particular storage account, only those people only could, only those resources only could able to access the ADF. If I'm giving private connections to ADF to this particular data lake, for suppose I'm having 4 data lakes, out of 4 data lakes, I have given only one private endpoint. For suppose the first data lake private endpoint I have given to data factory, only the first data lake only could able to connect over here. The rest of the data lakes no have access to connect with this particular data factory. So, okay, what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to create one virtual network. And within the virtual network, I'm having only 2 resources. One is data factory and as well as what we call it as storage account. So for those 2 things only, I'm going to create 2 subnets. Those 2 subnets, I'm going to create one NSG network security group. Okay. So in our ADF, right, see what will happen. See, ADF, you can see the definitions of VNet, subnets, and all. ADF is an internet published. So in the before, without any what we call it as like before we have done faced with ADF and all, now we have created one pipeline. So if before when I have created the pipeline, so this ADF will not have anything like it goes through network only. Okay, fine right now. So I'm having ADF. Before what we have done, we have created a link service between the ADF and as well as storage account, through where the data will flow. I told through internet or it's a network, that is a public network. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to create one VNets and all, as I have told. See the VNet, just try to take the definitions of it. What is the exact definition of VNet is to create a private network in the Azure. So first of all, we are going to create a private network in the Azure, and whatever the private network we have created, so that particular private network, for example, is in our language, if I need to say, first of all, I need to construct one house. Means complete outer walls I will do. That is what we need. After that, what I need to do, I will divide our house into multiple sections or into multiple rooms. Bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, hall, and all these things. Okay. After that, NSG security group. In front of my house, what I will do, I will give some traffic controls using firewall rules. Okay. To control traffic using firewall rules. So what I will do, I will decide, I'll keep one security guard in front of my house. That is what NSG, network security group. What this network security group will do, he will decide which person to enter in our house and which person not to enter into our house. Same like how this NSG will decide which resource need to enter in your house, which resource is not there in your house. Okay, and whatever the resources which are created in one virtual network on one VNet, those persons can able to enter. Okay, now what I need to do after this, private endpoint. What is a private endpoint means? To provide a private IP address to the storage account, or to provide private and IPs to everything. Now what is ADF managed VNet? What is ADF managed VNet? ADF means right now we are dealing with ADF, right? So that what is managed VNet? What it will do, it will allow Azure Data Factory to work privately and securely with storage account, because the private endpoint is there with the storage account. That private endpoint we will give to ADF so that it can able to communicate, or whatever the private key that we have given to the ADF, and that private key we are going to give to this particular uh, sorry, whatever the private key which is there with storage account, that private key we are going to give to ADF so that ADF could able to access the storage account. That's it. Okay, now after this what is integration runtime? Integration runtime, everyone know in ADF, not only in ADF, everywhere integration runtime means it's an engine that is used for data movement and transformation. It will do the data movement. Okay, ADF is just like as a or orchestrator. He will orchestrate the pipeline, but it will not do data movement and all. It will say that, boss, you need to start from here, you need to go over here, you need to wait over there, from there you need to take the load from another resource, again you need to go. So that's why it will say, just like a Google Maps. Integration runtime is the actual lorry or actual transportation. It will take the data from one place to another place. What is a private DNS? DNS means what? Domain name system. So what it will do, it will to resolve the resources names inside the private network. That's it. So before creation of the VNet, our our particular pipeline looks ADF pipeline. It is going to public network to storage. This one we have seen already. But right now, after creating the VNet, what will happen means the ADF pipeline. First of all, it goes to manage integration runtime, because ADF will have the integration runtime. Na? But right now we are doing everything securely. So that's a managed integration runtime. So from that, it goes to the virtual network, managed VNet. From there, it goes to the endpoint. Okay, endpoint. And this where this endpoint is there, it is there in the storage account. So that's why it goes to storage private endpoint. From there, it goes to the blob storage. Then it will read the data. So this much amount of configuration is there. So the data will flow from one place to another place in a very high tight security manner. So no one can touch or no one can access to public network. Okay, so this is what the things. So guys, before we have discussed, just now we have created the pipeline in Azure Data Factory to copy the data from the source to destination. That's it. Or to migrate the data from the source to destination. That's it. Right now what we are going to do is we are going to create one more pipeline. Okay, you'll get to know why I'm creating that pipeline slowly. Okay, but thing over here is I didn't publish my pipeline. Okay, I didn't publish my pipeline, so I'm reopening my data factory. See what will happen. See, you can see under pipelines nothing is showing. Why? Because if I want, after doing any changes or anything in my pipeline, definitely I need to click on the publish all. If I'm not clicking on the publish all means the changes will not save in ADF. Okay, so my pipeline has gone, but no worries. See, we have discussed about this pipeline only. So let me repeat once on that. What I have done, this is my Azure Data Factory. What I have done, first of all, if I want to connect to data lake, or if I want to connect to Azure SQL or any other data center, not data center, data storage where data is residing, So first of all, I need to make a link between the data factory and as well as that storage account. If I'm making if I want to fetch data from the what we call it as azure sql db, I need to make a link between the azure SQL, data factory and as well as azure sql db. That's it. And the link service we will make only once. If the link is made, that is permanent. Okay, not permanent means if you delete the link service it will get deleted, but for every time it's not required for you to create the link service between the your data factory and that particular resource like sql db or any data factor data storage like that. Okay, then what is a data set? Data set also I have told. See, link service is a address. Like data factory will recognize, okay, I need to go to data lake and I need to get data from there. Till there only it know, but data factory doesn't know that in which folder I need to pick the files, or any particular file I need to pick or what. So that is what the data set. Okay, if you want to create the data set, you need to create the link service for sure. Okay, so if you want to create the data set, what is my main agenda? I within the data lake, within the source folder, I'm having one more folder called as orders. Within that orders folder I'm having csv file. So this csv file I need to pick from the data lake and I need to migrate to the same data lake in the destination folder. Okay, this is what my agenda and that I have done before also. Right, now if I want to pick this particular so sorry, data set means this particular what we call it as file. Okay, so that file or the path of that location becomes the data set. Sorry, see, what is data set? Data set means if I'm what is data set? Data set means if for suppose my file is residing within a folder. Okay, my file is there within the what we call it as orders folder, and the orders folder is residing within the source folder, and my source folder is there within my data lake. Okay, but I have established one link service between the azure data factory and the data lake, but data factory doesn't know which file do I need to pick up. So that particular file, if you are you need to tell to data factory that okay, go to this particular folder, pick all the files, or go to this particular folder, pick only orders file. That's it. So that is what you are giving one path, exact path to the data factory, that which file you need to pick up. That is what data set. Okay, let us draw one more pipeline. Why? Because the same pipeline I am going to do for the others also. Because it will be used when we are discussing the networking concepts next. Okay, so this is a public before public, let me explain you the pipeline. Here what I am doing, I have created before, na, Azure SQL DB. Within that Azure SQL DB, I have created one table which is orders table. Okay, and within the data lake, I am having one source folder. Within that, I am having one file, orders to Parquet. Now, my main agenda is to migrate this table and as well as this Parquet file to the destination folder, which is the same data lake only. Okay, in which format? The table also should convert the format, and both the files should be there in csv format. So this is what the my main agenda. Okay, now what I need to do, first of all let me show you the data which is residing in these two sources. Okay, let me go to my resource groups. Within the resource groups I'm having this rohi resource group. Within this, where I need to go to the SQL DB. Where SQL DB is there? I have deleted or what? SQL DB. No, I have deleted the SQL DB. Sorry. No issue. If you have deleted the DB also, no issue. You can create it over here. Okay. I think by mistake only I have deleted before. So, what is your DB name? DB name is Rohit DB. Okay. Rohit DB, what is your server? Because within the server only I am creating the DB. But before, when we are creating the Azure SQL database, within the database we are creating the new server. But this time we got an opportunity. The first we need to create the server, and within the server we need to create the database. This is for the development purpose only. Come down. It's locally redundant networking. This concept we'll learn next. Okay. Now, mm, next security, additional settings, tags, reviews, create. That's it. Okay, the DB is getting created. So once it's get created, once the data is loaded, I'll get you back. So the Azure SQL DB deployment was completed. Okay, and what is the path? You can directly go over here to Azure SQL, and you are having this particular database over there. Okay, you can go over. Now your data has been ready. Now try to open it. Okay, because of you have created in both Microsoft authentication and as well as SQL authentication, you can connect with your Microsoft authentication ID, which opens for you. Okay, which is already having one DBO, and in this you can see no tables, right? So what I have done, see, for a time sake I have created one sample database. Okay, this is the sales, okay, not orders, sales orders. So this file every day, the data used to capture in this particular table. So what is my main task? I need to use the ADF, Azure Data Factory, to capture the data from here and migrate the data to the data lake in the CSV format. This is there in the table format, right? So all the rows got executed for me. Delete. Now try to do select stars from sales orders. See, if I run it, you can see the data is coming over here. So this is in table format. This is structured data. So I want to migrate, or I want to convert this structured data into CSV formats. Okay, table format to CSV format by using what data factory. And not only I'm converting the format, I am migrating the data from this table to my what we call it as to data lake. Okay, so this is the first thing I have done. And let me show you. This is my DB. Duplicate your tab, and let me go to my resources, and within the resources let me go to my what storage, this one, storage gen 2, this one. Okay, I have unfortunately created one more storage account which is not required. So this is storage. So you can see in the source I'm having something called as orders folder. Within the orders folders, I'm having orders.csv file, orders first.packet files. So total, how many files do I need to migrate? Two files I need to migrate from here, source, to where, to containers, to destination folder. So in this destination folder, already I think I have migrated, but let me delete. So to this destination folder, I need to migrate the table, one table from the Azure SQL, and as well as two files from this particular data lake. Okay, this is what the thing that I need to do. Initially, what I need to set up, first of all, I'm having data factory, right? First of all, you need to go to manage. Okay, now see guys, what is the first basic thing that I need to do? I need to establish the link service between the data lake and as well as my Azure SQL DB. There will be only two link services will be there. Okay, because these two data lakes are same. So I have established only one single link service, but the data sets will get changed. Okay, now let us establish the link service between the Azure Data Factory and the Azure Data Lake. Here there will be one problem is there. See, if the Azure Data Factory wants to access the data or the files which are there in the data lake, then the data lake should provide one privilege, or the data lake should provide one role, or the data lake should provide one access to the data factory to access this particular data in this. Okay, What was that access? That access is, see, there will be one role will be there called as storage, okay, blob data contributor. What this will do means, see, what this will do means, this particular role will provide access to the data factory to read. Okay, let me show you how it works. Okay, let me open this one. Let me go to my this particular things. Okay, now see, first of all, let me go to my resource group, resources, and within this resources, first of all, I need to go to my data lake. So when I have entered into data lake, I need to go to the IAM services, access control services. Within this, I need to go to add role assignment. What is the first role that I am going to give? First of all, I need to select the roles. What is the first role? The role is storage. I told now storage blob data. It should come data contributor. Okay. Storage blob data contributor, or let me show you what will happen. Storage blob data, not, I think it is there in data. Okay, see, what is the storage blob at what we call it as data contributor will do. See, there are three privileges are there for the data lake. What these three privileges will do, the first privileger is only the data lake will allow access to other resources in Azure to read the data, that's it. And owner means he can do whatever the things he want, anything, and he can provide access to others also on this particular data lake part. And what is storage blob contributor? Contributor means, see, he will only have access to read, write, and delete the blob files. That's it. He don't have any access to provide other users or other resources to access the data lake. Okay, he can only read, write, and delete. So for my data factory, it is enough to provide this role. Okay, so I'm selecting the role and click on next. So, and it will ask me to which members you want to provide that one. See, there are two things, two members are there. One is user group or service principal. Second one is manage identity. See, if I want to provide this data lake access to some user like some Rohit, some Raj, or whatever it could be, then I will select user group service principal. Example, see, if I select the members, the Raj name will come, or if any other users or other groups are there, those groups name will come. Okay, now what is this manage identity? If I click on this manage identity, if this particular data lake means, for suppose if you want to give access to this particular, if you are providing access on top of this data lake to any other resources in the Azure. Okay, to any other resources in the Azure means like data factory, Databricks, and as well as Azure SQL DB, whatever it could be, Snowflake, not Snowflake, any other resources. Okay, for those things you will choose manage identity. Just click on select members. It will ask you under which subscription you want to choose, and you need to choose which particular service you want to align. So I'm having data factory right now. I'll just click on data factory, and this what it will show, any data factories got created in this particular account, all the data factories will get listed. So only one data factory I have created till now, so this is a data factory I need to choose and click on select. That's it. So if I do like this, what will happen means, for this particular storage data contributor, this role will give read write access to this particular data factory. Okay, now just click on next. Conditions means what? For suppose if I'm putting conditions to data factory, that only you need to use these kind of these folders only, or only you need to pick up these particular files only, like that. Then I'll write conditions that we have already I have shown you while in the user creation and all. But right now, For this particular conditions, I'm not going to give because I'm giving full privileges to data factory to access whatever the folders that he wants in my data lake. Okay. Now just click on review plus assign. That's it. Let it load. So this is what role based access control RBAC that I have provided to my data factory. Okay, now what I will do now, let me what we call it as create a link service. Okay, actually, if this the things are not getting reflected for you after providing the what we call it as RBAC or IAM's access to any other resources and all, just wait for 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, let me try. If it is not working for me, I'll wait 2 to 3 minutes, then we can continue. Okay, so what is a link service? Because I want to make link service with my data lake. Click on this data lake, continue. It will ask to provide one name for your link service. See, in industries, we'll put ls underscore data lake so that the people will get to know, yeah, okay, this is a link service of the data lake. Okay, they can easily understood, okay, we are having access to data lake, so we can just migrate the data from there. What is integration runtime? Integration runtime is a main engine that will migrate your data. That's it. Okay, authentication type is system assigned managed identity. See, system assigned managed identity means the Azure will manage all my identities and all automatically. So that's why it is showing that what is a managed identity name of data factory, Rohit data factory, and this is a object ID. So automatically it will come. Now it will ask what is a subscription, in which subscription your data lake has been stored. So only one subscription is there, I'm choosing that. And which account, storage account. See, unfortunately I have created one more storage account which is Rohit storage 3, but I do not want, because no data is residing in that particular what we call it as data lake. So only I'm choosing Rohit data lake zen 2. That's it. Okay, so after doing this one, click on test connection. Now the text connection has been successfully created. If you haven't given access this particular storage block contributor, see, click on your role assignments. If you haven't given this particular storage block data contributor to your data factory, definitely it will not, the test connection will be failed. Now click on create. Now what we have done till now, we have given test connection link service between the data lake and as well as Azure Data Factory. Now what I need to do, I need to give a test connection between my Azure database and as well as Data Factory. Okay. For that, what I need to do? For that, if uh, any resource wants to use my what we call it as particular Azure SQL DB, let me open my DB. This is my DB, Azure SQL. Let me close. See, there is nothing to do with the database. Okay, if you want to insert any records, if you want to view your records, if you want to update your records, if you want to change anything in your database, for that only we use database. If not, you need to go to the server only. If you want to change anything, then only you need to go to server only. Okay, go to your resource groups, Rohit resource group, and within this Rohit resource group, you can see Rohit server. So you can only change the configuration changes in the server only. There is nothing to do with the database. Just click on your Rohit server. First of all, I have forgot my password. Okay, okay, let me reset my password. If you want to reset your SQL database password, you can see this is your username, and I forgot my password. Just click on reset password and retype your password. So keep strong passwords. Okay, that's it. Click on save. So my password has been changed successfully. Okay, now you can see the server admin and he's a username. Okay, he's a username. Now come down slowly. You can see your database which is residing over here. From here also you can go to your database. Now what I need to do, first of all, if my data factory want to access my uh, Azure database, okay, then I need to provide access like how my data lake has provided. Okay, here also same role assignment. Okay, here I need to give one role assignment which is SQL server, SQL server contributor. Okay. See, these are the two main roles are there. The first one is SQL Server Contributor. What it will do, it's let you manage SQL servers and databases, but not access to them and their security related policies. What is SQL DB Contributor? It lets you manage SQL databases, but not access to them. Also, you can't manage their security related things also. Okay, but let us select this SQL Server contributor. See, note down the roles, whatever the roles I'm using for data lake. For data lake, I have used something called as storage blob data contributor. Here I'm using something called as SQL Server contributor. So if my data, not only data factory, any other resource wants to access my SQL database, then I need to provide this access or role to them first. Next, click on next. Members. This is not a user. This is a manage identity. Click on members. Just take the data factory, and within the data factory, whatever the data factory is available, that will show for you. So you can pick that one. Click on select. So what I'm doing, I'm assigning this SQL Server contributor to my data factory so that the data factory can go and read the things from there. Okay, just click on review plus assign because I do not want to put any conditions or anything, because till now the video length is very high, so that's why. Okay, now the role has been assigned. Now happily I can create a link service between that. Now click on this one, new. Now let me type SQL. You can see one link service or one database, Azure SQL database. Click on continue. It is asking to name. I can say link service between SQL DB. I can give like this name. Integration runtime automatically assigned. So you can see what is a subscription. You need to select the subscription. What is server name? I'm having only one server, that is Rohit server, which will be automatically detected. What is a database name? I'm having only one database, which is Rohit DB, which is automatically detected. If you want to view it, see, you can go. Server name is Rohit server and database name is Rohit DB. Okay, I have selected those two. Now what I need to do? Now I need to select the authentication type. Through what you need to do the authentication? System managed identity, yeah, or SQL authentication. See, already we have seen about system managed identity. If I click on this, automatically entire what we call it as this particular link service is being managed by the Azure only. But it should not go like that every time. Okay, let us click on authentication, because you need to know what is authentication also. Here you need to provide your username. What is my username? My username is being shown over here, which is my Rohit user. Okay, simply I will type Rohit user. I have given one password. Okay, I have given one password. See, whatever the password I'm typing over here, that password will be over here. Okay, sometimes it could be visible also. Okay, if I'm typing my password, I have given some password called as Rohit at the rate what we call it as 2015, like that. It is not, see, you can type like that. See, if I do um, see, I have given my password. Okay, I'm giving always encrypted. Okay, okay, no issue. Always encrypted means already it's system assigned only, so it will encrypt for you. So now let's click on test connection. Click on, the connection becomes successful. Why? First of all, I have given role to my data factory, which is the azure db contributor, and all we have, sql server contributor. So because of that only, my data factory could able to go into my uh, make a link between the SQL, Azure SQL. Okay. Now, coming to this one. Here, connection successful happened, but there is one small problem is there. We should not expose our passwords in our real time. Why? Because it may cause issues. Okay, that is the first and foremost thing that you need to understand. And no company will type passwords. What they will do, there is one resource which is there in my Azure services. Okay, that resource we call it as key vaults. Key vaults. So everyone uses key vaults. What this key vault will do, this key vault will store my passwords. Okay, and for this passwords I will give one nickname. What? For suppose I have given some password called as rohit at the rate for suppose 2015, and I do not want to expose my password in any of the service, because if you are giving your SQL access to someone, you need to provide your username and password for sure. Username is fine, but password, you should not provide password, because that's a security violation. What you need to you do then, you need to store your password in this key vault. Key vault means where all your passwords and sensitive information is being stored. That is what key vault means, where all the sensitive informations, secrets, and as well as all the passwords will be stored over here. That is what we call as key vaults. So in this key vaults, what we will store? We will store our SQL password. And for that SQL password, I will give one nickname for it. And that nickname I will use over here as a password. So whenever I refer that nickname, the password will come from key vault. If I need to show the what we call as flow diagram, there is something called as, I told na, key vault. This will be there in middle. What you will do, whatever the password is there, for suppose I'm having some password called as rohit at the rate 2015. Okay, this password I will not directly expose to the data factory. What I will do, I will store this password in the key vault, and within this key vault, what I'll do, I'll give a nickname. For suppose it's rohit password. And while when data factory asks me the password of this particular SQL DB, I will give this particular nickname to it. So the password is been not exposed to it, and as well as the connection also will become successful. So it's a more secure manner. If you are having any passwords, or if you want to store any sensitive URLs, or if you want to store any kind of sensitive information which is there in your organization, so you can use keywords. Okay, everyone will use keywords in this. Okay, now what I need to do, first of all, I need to create a keyword. Just click on create. You need to choose a subscription, and under which resource group, because each resource group will have one keyword. Okay, I'm choosing the resource group because I'm having only one. Now, enter your keyword name. See, I have already given, you can do 4. Keyword 4, because already keyword 1 was taken. Reason, okay. Price tier, standard, okay. Soft deletion enabled, yeah, okay. Now, days to retain deleted words. If I have deleted any words, it has 90 days period to retain those passwords, to retain those secrets back. Okay, now click on next. Access configuration. Okay, now click on this one. This one is also not required, and you need to give to public access. Okay, why? Because you are allowing all the networks over here. You will get to know, these are the two major things that you need to take care of. The keywords: enable public access, and public access means that uh, through any public network you can connect and you can access those. Okay, but that's not the safest thing. But initially, for to show you, I'm using this. Okay, next, click on create. So these are what the uh, configurations that you need to do for a keyword. Now just click on create. So every organization uses keyword. Okay, and what you are going to do, you will store your password in this key vault, or let it create. You will store your password in this key vault, and again the Azure data factory needs to access this key vault or not. For sure it needs to access this one. So in the key vault only, you are going to provide another role to the Azure data factory so that it could able to access. Okay, that is what we call it as key vault, key vault secrets user. So if you any other resource, not only data factory, if any resource wants to use your key vault secrets, then for that particular resource you need to provide this role for sure. Then only the resources, the services or the resources could able to use your passwords. Okay, now before that you need to be for sure. Okay, let me show you what will happen. Let me go to resource, or if you are getting confused, go to your resource groups, this particular rohi resource group, and within this rohi resource group click on your key vault. That's it. You can see some things like this. Okay, it is a basic information of overview. What is your vault URL ID, and as well as what is your subscription, all these things, blah 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 blah, all these things. Now what you need to do, you need to go to objects. There are three options are available. Certificates. Certificates means it's a quite networking related concepts. Okay, like if you're, there are some certificates are there which are there in the network. Okay, for the servers and all, the what servers will do, some other third party people, they will sign to on, they will give a certificate to another company. Okay, leave about the certificates. Okay, so if you want to store your certificates, you can store over here. Certificates means when the data is flowing in the internet, the data should be encrypted format, and it should be in a safe format. So to certify that one certificate will be provided, and that is very sensitive information. If you want to store your certificates, you can store over here. And secrets, if you are having any secrets, that also you can store. And you can see that you are unauthorized to view these contents. It is clearly telling to you, and it is showing that the operation is not allowed by RBAC, role based access control. If role assignments were done, so then wait for some time. First of all, what I need to do, I need to go to the IAM, access control, and I need to provide one role to me. What was that role? The role is, initially I need to become the admin of this key vault. See, I am the admin of this entire Azure, but key vaults now, first of all you need to become the admin of the key vault to access it. What you need to do, there is one role is there, key vault. See, if you type key vault, there are two things are there, like key vault administrator. What it will do, perform all the data plane operations in this. Key vault certificate user, if you are having any certificates, if you store any certificates, if you want to use those certificate details, then you can use a key vault certificate user. Certificates officer, it's a high posting. Key vault contributor, why we use key vault contributor, as I told before, if you want to give your secrets of your secrets to anything, so then it's let you to manage your keywords. Okay, but it will not allow to access them. Okay, what first of all, in the beginning age, you need to become the keyboard administrator to create a secret. Okay, now click on Key Vault Administrator, to whom you are giving this one. This time you are giving to user, to me. Okay, select members. I am going to give to my user select. So just click on review plus assign. That's it. Okay, the role has been assigned. So right now I am the keyword assignment. Okay, and one more thing that I want to provide, what one more access I want to provide to my data factory. Okay, let us provide right now only add role assignment. Within this same key vault, keyword, sorry, there is something called as key vault. I think secret user. Yeah. So if your keyword secrets needs to use by any other resource, then you need to assign this role to that particular resource. So this is for this particular resource. I'm going to manage identity and I'm going to provide the access to my data factory so that the data factory could able to access the resources. Just click on review plus assign. So it is adding role to my particular keyboard. So I have done two things in the keyboards. What are the two things I have done till now? The first thing, the first thing, I have made myself as keyboard administrator. Okay, because if I'm having keyboard administrator, then only I can create the secrets. Okay, and second thing what I need to provide access to the data factory to read the secrets that I'm going to get created. So for that you need to give keyword secrets user. So to whom I'm giving, to ADF I'm giving, for what, to access the secrets, which means passwords from the keyboard. That's it. Okay, these are the two things. And for the storage account, what we will provide, as I have told you, that storage blob contributor, and it also having storage blob reader, storage blob owner, like that. And for the this particular SQL DB, if your SQL DB wants to access by data factory, what you need to provide? You need to provide SQL server contributor. So these are few link services are there that you need to understand. Okay. If any other resource wants to use your data factory information, okay, till now your data factory wants to access your SQL DB, and he wants to access your Rohit data lake and all, means data lake. So that's why we are providing access. If you want to provide your data factory example, once the pipeline has been completed, directly some other resource is want to take the data from your data factory. So at that time, what you need to do in data factory IAM, you need to provide something called as contributor. What this contributor will do, this contributor role will assign some other resources and all, like data bricks and all other resources, to fetch the data from the data factory directly. Okay, these are what the roles and responsibilities. And this concept, entire concept, we have already discussed. This concept is called as RBAC, role based access control. Okay, now I think it's already some time happened. Try to what we call as go to secrets. Okay, and click on, and let me check first of all the administrator has been assigned or not. Okay, check on role assignments. You can see, yeah, Ras Azure has already before he's there, but I have created again. Okay, what he is a role, its role is owner. And as well as, first of all, the Ras has become what, is a keyword administrator. Okay, and the data factory I have given as keyword secret user, which are there in the role assignments. Okay, now go to secrets. Now you can see, like, you couldn't able to access anything, it's not showing like that. There are no secrets are available. So we'll try to create the secret. What I need to do, just click on generate, uh, upload manually, because I write manually. What I will do, this is Rohit SQL, or let me write Rohit SQL password. That's it. And what is the secret value I will give? Here I will enter my password. Let me enter my SQL DB password. I have entered. Okay. And if it is in enabled state, then only this can be used. For suppose if your password has been changed, you have updated, one more secret will get created and both are in working state. So you need to disable that one. Okay. Now for meanwhile, you just create this one password. What means one secret has been created. Till now what we have done, you have given your password to this key vault, and within this key vault you have just given one nickname for it. Okay, like Rohit SQL password, like that. Okay, what is the thing that I have given? Yeah, Rohit SQL password. Now what I need to do, you need to go to data factory first before what we call it as accessing this one. What data factory will do over here, tell me? Data factory need to access from the key vault, right? For that, what you need to do, go over here, try to give new link service, type key vault. First of all you need to make the link service between the key vault and the data factory. See, data factory is a simple Honda concept. If you want to access any other resource from the data factory, for sure you need to make the link service between that. What I will do, I will give ls underscore key vault. Okay, come down. Subscriptions. Sorry. What are the subscription that I'm going to give? I am going to give the subscription one, because one subscription one, within this subscription only one key vault is there for me, so that key vault I'm adding. Okay, I don't have multiple keywords. I'm only having one password. That password I have stored in this one. Now what is the authentication method? See, right now authentication method is system assigned identity. Just leave it like that. Okay, now instead of giving to link service, type to secret. What is your secret name? How you will get to know? Go to your keyword. This is your secret name, which is Rohit SQL password. Try to give the secret name over here. With that, what is a version? The current version is this one. Copy, paste it over here. Try to do test connection. It gets successful. Why? Because I have given IAM access to the data factory to access this one. Now click on create. Now what happened? There is the key vault and this one also created. And see, these are there in some black dots. See, these will get saved whenever I click publish. Just try to publish these two things. Try to publish. Then it will get saved permanently. If unfortunately, if I refresh the screen, everything, these two things will go for sure. These two got published, means which got saved. Now what is the final step I need to do? I need to create the link service for the SQL, Azure SQL. Now click on continue. Now you will see the real magic. Okay, ls underscore SQL. Now come down, select your subscription, select your server name, select your database name, and authentication type is this one. Give your username. What is the username? Rohit user. Now instead of giving password, choose key vault. Now it will ask the AKV, means that the link service that you have, a key vault link service. Okay, now Azure key vault link service. So you have just now made this one. Select this one. Now what is your secret name? It will just ask your secret name. See, I have given Rohit SQL password. That's it. Version is the latest version. or you can give your version name also, which you have provided in your link service. Okay, see, by this you are not exposing your password. You are just storing your password in the keyboard and you are giving one nickname to that, and that nickname you are using it over here. That's it. Now try to do the test connection. Test connection successful. Click on create. That's it. So this is how real-time industry link services will be made. Till now we have just made the links between that. We haven't created any pipeline yet. Now what I'll do? So the link services has been done. Let it publish. Publish was completed. Now let me go to my author tab and let me go to my pipelines, and within that let me create a new pipeline. The pipeline name is let us take sample 2. This is my sample 2 pipeline. Now let me tell you, see, I just want to show how the things works. That's it. Here the main things are the azure. Okay, but I'm just showing. Okay, the first thing is I'm taking one copy activity. Within the copy activity, what I'm going to name, I'm going to migrate my data from SQL to data or to destination. Destination, that's it. Okay, now go to source. In the before I have told what is a data set. Do you have any data sets? No. But to create the data sets, link service should be there. Now click on source data set. Source data set means okay, you have established the connection between the data lake. Within the data lake, where I need to go and pick up the source. Okay, sync means destination. As I have already discussed about these things. Click on new. Where I need to go? I need to go to data lake. Click on data lake, continue. You need to mention your file is there in which format. Okay, in my data lake, let me go to this one. Let me check in which format my file is there. Rohit resources, and this is my data lake. Containers, source. Within the source, my file is there in the orders. Okay, one file is CSV file, the other file is Parquet file. Na? So let me delete the CSV file. Why? Because only one file only we can pick it up. Because I need to go which file it needs to pick up. So it is there in Parquet file. So let me pick the Parquet format. Click on continue. Now it will ask me what is the dataset name that you want to provide. The dataset name that I want to provide is data lake source. That's it. Now, what is a link service? Link service we have already made ls link service of data link. So once you have made the link service, it will ask to which file system you want to go and which file you need to pick. Just go to source. Within the source, I need to go to orders. And within the orders, it will automatically pick the Parquet file by because I have given the format as Parquet. That's it. Click on OK. This is how you create the data set and how you guide the data factory. You need to go to this particular folder and you need to pick this file. That is what data set. Okay. Now click on sync. Sync means what? Okay, I have copied data from there where I need to migrate the data and where I need to copy the data. So that is what destination. We don't have any data set to destination. See, we are having data set for source only. Just click on create new again and go to data lake, continue, and in which format I have told my file should fall in CSV format I have told. So click this delimited text. Now what I want to name this one, because naming is very important. I will give DS. DS means dataset. In companies also we'll do like that. DS for what? Destination. So destination is also having one data set. Now take the again link service and choose where this file needs to go and file. So in destination, the file should be dropped. So just click on this one and OK. So here where my source and destination has been fixed. Initially what it will do, okay, let me, it's not fetching from SQL, right? It is fetching from data lake source to destination. Okay, this is the first copy activity it will do. Let me take another copy activity. And what this copy activity will do, this copy activity will copy the data from SQL to data or destination. Okay, for source, what is the source? Do I have any source data sets? No, these two data sets are for data lake only. Let me create new, which I, what is a data set I need to pick? I need to pick a database, Azure database. I need to pick, click on continue. It is asking to give your name for your data set. ds underscore what I can say, df underscore SQL source. I'll give like this. And what is the link service? You have chosen Azure SQL, so that's why it will give only Azure created link services are there. If you are not having link service, here also you can create, but it is preferred to create all the setup infrastructure before doing these things. And once it is been there, see, it will ask you the table name. What is the table name? You need to click on this table name. Only this one table is available, so that's why it is giving that table name only. Now you need to click on OK. This is my source. So it will copy the data, it will take the data from source, and you can use query also. But I'm already having query. But when you will use query, if you want to pick only certain amount of records, filter data, so then at the time you will use query. Just go to table. Now sync. Okay, I'm taking that orders table from the Azure SQL where I need to where I need to drop that table. Okay, so for that, any sync is there? No. Again, try to do this one. What is this one? Database. Okay, continue. See, no, 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 not database, because again you are dropping this file to your destination folder, right? Why you need sync as a data set? You need to select, you can select this one, ds as destination. So to this particular folder or to this particular destination, this orders table will get converted into csv format, and these two files will be appeared in the destination. This is how you will do your data migration. See, if I run this pipeline, okay, what will happen? These two will run individually. If I connect this pipeline like this, okay, so once my data lake resource, means once the data is being copied from my source to destination in data lake, it gets success, then only the second activity will run. This is how pipeline runs. So first the data should get picked from the data lake source to copied to destination. If it gets success, then only it goes to the second activity where it starts taking the data from the SQL DB, that orders table, and then it will migrate over there. So just first of all try to validate it. Your pipeline has been validated, no errors are there. Try to debug. Debug means you are executing your pipeline. Okay, see, actually this class is not meant for Azure Data Factory and all. Why I'm explaining means for the purpose of network. Okay, the next topic we are going to discuss about the networking, which is very important and core topics in the Azure. Of course we won't do that much networking, but knowledge should be there. Why? Because most of the times when we get issues and all, we need to communicate with the cloud team, or we need to communicate with the network team. So at that time they will ask some questions to us, like what are to what subnets the data is connected, where the data is flowing, because in companies now the data will not flow like this. Okay, okay, we'll discuss about it. As of now, that pipeline has been completed. You can see both are, both came into tick marks. You can see both are succeeded. Okay, now you can see what is the input over here. The input is the Parquet file. What is the output over here? the output has been written. You can see there is only one file is there, that file only has read, and that file only read to my destination, and as well as how many records it had read. It read about 26,000, not 26,000, 2,67,790 records it read. And data written, how many records it written? It written 7,31,000 records it read. It had written to me. Okay. Now, these are the things that you need to know. And where you can, what we call it as, look this one to check. Go to your data lake. Go to your data lake containers. In destination folders, I need to see the two files. See, the first file is in the txt format. The second file is also there in the txt format. As you can see, the first file is there in source as what we can say, in Parquet format. Parquet format, as you know, you can't read the data which is there in the encrypted format. See, but you can read this orders.txt. See, edit. Yeah, see, this is what the file. But if you go to the source, right? Source. If you go to orders, Parquet, open this is the same file that got copied. Click on edit, which is there in the encrypted format. That's it. So this is what I want to tell you, how you can migrate the data from the resources by using ADF. Okay, but my not this is not my main concern. Okay, I want to show you that whatever the data that is flowing between the resources and all, it is going in an public, what we call it as public networks. Public network means what? Wherever I want to use, I can connect over here, because I'm connecting from my Wi-Fi, okay, which is a public network. Every office people and all, they will set up their own network. See, some projects now, like banking projects and all, if they want to access their applications, they need to go to office and they need to connect their LAN cables, which is network. They need to be there in their own network, which is also called as private network. If they connected to their LAN cables and if they connected to their private network, then only they could able to access their applications. Okay, but I am connecting from my home Wi-Fi and all, which is a public network. Okay, but you need to understand how data flows, how data should be flown privately. That will be handled by the networking. Okay, but before that, what we need to do, you need to understand few concepts about the networking. See, if you have been bored, okay, by this time, take some time, then you need to understand this concept very well, okay, very well, because this is a core concept. And questions also been asked, like what are the Azure fundamentals that you know in this. If you tell that I don't know networking, simply he will understand that okay, this guy don't know anything in Azure. Just before the day of exam he has prepared everything. Okay, so just for this concept, because there are so many features that are going to come in this, so with your free relaxation mind only, you please listen this one. See, you need to understand the main components of the networking. Okay, the first main component is virtual network. So these are all the Azure provided services only. Okay, these are all Azure provided services only. What is a virtual network? See, virtual network means, simply to say, my whatever my resources are there, okay, those resources will communicate with each other in a secure manner. Okay, that is what virtual network. Okay, I think virtual network also have explained, so which is also called as VNet. Okay, what is virtual network? See, it is a private network created in the cloud by us. So I'm going whatever the cloud I'm connecting every time, it's a public network only. I'm using my home network, okay, which is unsafe. Maybe the azure system is strong, okay, but it is not that much recommended to use in the public network. See, for our practice, public networks are absolutely fine because our data is not sensitive. But the organizations or the projects data, it's not like that. Daily lakhs of data is been inserted, and if any data has been hacked or anything, that's gone. So that's why what companies will do, companies will create a virtual network. It's not the actual network, it's just like as a VPN, okay. What they will do, they will establish one virtual network, and within the virtual network they will make the resources to communicate to each other. So within the virtual network, what we call it as some separate private IP addresses has been given. So those private IP addresses will be handled over there. This is what about virtual network. And you know about subnets also. Subnets means it's a part of a virtual network. So whenever if you want to create a subnet means, for suppose it just like virtual network as your house, subnets is your rooms. That's it. And you need to understand few terminologies also over here, like what is routing tables and all, and what are this DNS gateways and all these things. Okay, so we have discussed about the subnet. Now we'll discuss about the NSG. What is the NSG? See, once you have created your subnets for the resources and all, so this NSG will set the rules for that. It's just like you have created your house, and within that house you have created your rooms which are subnets, and each and every subnet will have their own IP addresses, and those IP addresses, what you have done, you have created subnets to the people, that's it, okay. But at your door you have kept some you kept one watchman, okay. What this watchman will do, he will decide or he will control that who can access your rooms, or who can, which kind of data should come into your house. Only this NSG will do. What is this NSG? Network Security Group. He provides security for your virtual network. He will decide what kind of data should come and who can access to, should come, what kind of parcels that should come. Okay, that is what we call as NSG. Okay, it's simply NSG acts like as a firewall rules. Okay, and it will decide who can access what, who can access what. Okay, now route tables. What are route tables? See, route tables are the it just like as it controls the traffic. Okay, traffic means if I'm getting so many users data and all, so this route tables will control the traffic. Okay, it will store those people's data within the tables one by one, one by one, one by one, like that. So what it will do, uh, uh, traffic from the subnets, for suppose, sorry, what are route tables? See, route tables means it controls the traffic which is getting created in the subnet. For suppose I'm having huge amount of data, or I'm having huge amount of users and all, so for that what I will do, I will take the route tables. Though these route tables will handle the traffic which is created by the subnet. And what it will do, it will goes to the firewall first. Firewall means over here, this one, and it will customize the network flow for us, that's it. Okay, now you need to understand about the gateways. Okay, there are so many gateways are there, like VPN gateway, NAT gateway, and as well as something. So what are gateways means, VPN gateways or anything means, it will, gateway means what, it's a tunnel or something to pass the data. Okay, what it this VPN gateway will do, by looking at this you can able to understand that it is locked, means it's a secure tunnel over the internet. So through this tunnel only it securely passes the data without any data leakage. That is what we call as VPN gateway. Next, what is express route? Just try to know the definitions, that's it. What is the express route? Express route means It is an advanced version of this gateway server. What it will do, it is only dedicated to the private connections only. Okay, like if I want to uh, communicate my company data with the Microsoft fiber networks and all. So what it will do, it is an advanced version of it. It is express route also. It's same like as my routing tables only. It's an advanced version of it. But what it will do, it what we call it as, it is used for private dedicated connections only. Okay. Now, what is a what we call it as next after express? What is a peering connection? Peering connection means what? See, if I have created two VNets, two virtual networks, separate virtual networks. If I can want to connect two or more virtual networks together, then I use something called as peering. Okay, this is what the things. DNS, everyone know it's a domain name system which converts my URL or which converts my request into the IP address. Okay, this is what the things. In our organization, we use express routes, subnets, VNets, and all. This is what I am going to do right now. Initially, see, listen very carefully. I will create one virtual network, which means it's a secured layer or a secured boundary that only the dedicated things that I will enter in this virtual network, those people only could enter, and those resources could able to access or communicate between themselves. Okay, this is what about virtual network. Now when comes to this ADF subnet, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the same pipeline that I have done before. Like I will take the data from SQL, and I will take the data from the what we call a source container which is there in my data lake, and I will use Key Vault also to store my passwords of my SQL DB in that, and I will make the what we call it as secure connection between the resources. That is what we call it as VNet. Why we use VNets means, you can ask one question like, Rohit, like already the Microsoft Azure is, the data flows between the Microsoft Azure in end-to-end encrypted format. Who can hack it? Okay, the I'm logging from the what we call is from my public network, but Microsoft is taking care of these things now. You can ask me like that, but see, if you want to the I'm a user, okay. If I want to, the user wants to communicate with the Microsoft, that's a very secure manner, 100% sure. Okay, but when the resources are communicating with each other, like the data factory is communicating with the data lake, the data factory is communicating with the SQL, and the SQL is communicating with the key vaults, and the key vaults also communicating with the data factory. Even the resources or the services within the Azure are communicating with each other, so within that the data will flow na. So that data flow should happen very securely. For that purpose, we will create something called as virtual network as a outer boundary to protect the, to make the secure private data flow between the resources. I hope you got clear why we create VNets and all. VNets means virtual networks. Okay, so first our major task, we can't do this VNets and all in our old resource group. Why? Because that resource group, entire resource group is public only, public only. If I want to show, see, you can go to over here. This is my data lake, right? Which is my public. Simply go to remove this one. Security and networking will be there. Now we are going to discuss about this only. So if I have just click on networking, you can see the public access. Okay, public access, it's already been enabled from all the networks. So public access network means what? See, I am connecting from my personal means home Wi-Fi. So this is what public network. So if it is enabled from all the public networks, then only anything I can do in this particular storage account. If not, it throws like your access has been denied because of the high security issues. Okay, now if I go to private endpoints. There are no private endpoints. Let me tell you what is private endpoints. You'll get to know in some time. Okay, now first of all, what I need to do, let me remove this data factories and all. Why? Because the data is flowing in end-to-end public access. So let me tell you, where is this? Where is this? Where is this? Yeah. See, what actually happens is, so I will create a VNet, I told na. Within the VNet, I will create one subnet to my data factory, because my data factory is a data orchestration tool or a data migration tool which migrates my data from one place to another place. So I will create one subnet for it. Or means I will allocate one room to my data factory. And I will create something called as private endpoints. See, private endpoints means these are the dots. These are the dots. Dots means what? Where means if I have created one private endpoint, if I share this private endpoint to my what we call it as data lake, only the data lake can access the data factory, okay, or the data factory can access the data lake. That's it. No other resource can access that. If I provide this endpoint to my Azure SQL, then what happens, only the Azure SQL can handle, or the Azure SQL can access the data factory, or the data factory can access the Azure SQL. So it's purely depends upon the private endpoints. It's not like simply like before, I can go whatever the things I want, I will create the resources and I'll create a link service between that and just I'll access it. No, not like that. You need to create the subnets and you need to access those two subnets by sharing the information between them. Okay. Now let me give you some basic things. Like before what we call it as this is before, actually, like before the pipeline that we have created, whatever the data is flowing, it is going to public, okay, to storage, which is an unsecured manner. Now what is a VNet? So you just, these are some what we call it as definitions, okay. What is a virtual network? It is to create a private network in the Azure. That's it. What are subnets? Subnets are the parts of VNets. Okay, to divide the network into small sections. Okay, now our main first task is to create the VNet and then we'll create the subnets. Okay, how many subnets? One subnet is for ADF and another one is for private endpoints. Because why? You can ask me that, Rohit, you can create one subnet for storage account, one subnet for this Azure SQL, and one subnet to this particular keywords. No, it's not required. Why? Because here the ADF is a central thing which is accessing the all the resources, because ADF is accessing data lake, ADF is accessing SQL, ADF is accessing our keywords also, right? So one private endpoint I'll create, so one subnet I'll create for ADF, other I'll create one private endpoints, and that private endpoint I'll share with all the resources so that the ADF could able to access to those. That's it. Okay. So this is how the data flows. Like the initially, if nothing is there, my ADF pipeline, it is going to public network directly to my storage location. But after creationing of the virtual network, the public, the whatever the ADF pipeline is there, first of all, it will go to the managed integration runtime. The integration runtime is also being managed. Okay, means it is secured. Okay, now it goes to the it enters into virtual network, and within the virtual network it will go to the private endpoint, and it will within that private endpoint, how many storage accounts, I mean, how many how many resources I will give that particular private endpoint, to those all the resources it could able to access. I know that you couldn't able to understand anything, but when I do the things, you'll get to know easily. Okay, what is a private endpoint? Okay, what is a private endpoint? private endpoint means normally the storage account is accessed, means the storage account is accessed through this URL directly, like HTTPS, our storage account name blob.core.windows.net. This goes through public internet, which is a risky thing that they could able to identify where your storage network is been residing. But if I use the private endpoint, what it will do means it will not give this particular URL for you. What this private endpoint will do, this private endpoint will give a private separate private IPs to the storage, and it will give a separate IP to your Azure SQL, to whatever the resources that are there in this VNet. For all the resources, this private endpoint will give separate IP address. So that what will happen, the traffic stays inside the network only. It will not go public, and public access can be disabled also. The outside the organization or outside the people, they couldn't able to come to our particular resources or they can handle. Okay, and the ADF will access the storage privately. That's it. Okay, now let us do not wasting any time. We'll go in practical because I want to show you how things goes. Okay, my first task is to create the virtual network. So first of all, we'll create that. Let me go to Azure. Let me go to Azure. See, listen this part very carefully. Okay, let me go to Azure. Now, already this resource group having all the public networks, right? I do not want to create new things in this because everything will get messy. So what I'll do within, as I know that within one subscription I can create as many as resource groups as possible. I'll create one more resource group called as Rohit or Rohit VNet virtual network. Okay, let me click on next. Let me click on review plus create. Okay, my new particular resource group has been created successfully. Okay, let me go to some others. Let me open this one. Yeah, see, within this resource group, nothing is there. See, if you are having half of knowledge till now also you can look, because now also I'm setting up the things from scratch. The first thing what I need to do, I do not want to do anything. Okay, first of all, I need to set up the resource group. Make a note of this. First thing, I need to set up the resource group. Okay, then what I need to do, there is something called as virtual networks are available over here. You can directly search here also virtual networks. It is available for you. Okay, virtual networks. Yeah, if I click on this virtual networks, you can see there are no virtual networks are there. So the first thing that I am going to create this one. Okay, what I mean to do, just click on create. It is asking under which subscription, under which resource group you want to create. See, if I have created my virtual networks in my first resource group, everything will get mess. Okay, better to that's why I have created another resource group. Within that, peacefully I'll create. Okay, what is a virtual network name you want to provide? I can say that it's Rohit network. It is Rohit network. Okay, now click on next. It is asking for security. What is a security? It is telling that within the virtual networks, if the data is flowing or if traffic is flowing between the resources and all, that should be encrypted or not. If that should be encrypted, I need to click on this. Okay, like that there are some options are there, okay, which are not used for that. It's all for security purpose. Okay, now click on address space. This address space is the most important thing. In this address space, this is what the VNet, and there is one default subnet is been given already. So let me delete this subnet. So this is what my VNet, And what is this hash 16 and what is this one? This is the IP address, starts from here, ends over here. This hash 16 we call it as a CIDR notation. See, there are, it starts from 2 and it ends with 29. Okay. What this will do means, I told now VNet consists of so many IP addresses. VNet consists of so many IP addresses because within the VNets only we need to create the subnets, and within the subnets we need to provide the IP address to them. So VNet should have a lot of space because if you need to construct the room and if you need to tag that this is a bedroom and all, you need to have IPs already from the starting. So what is this one? 10.0.0.0 is IP address and has 16 means CIDR notation. CIDR notation means, simply if I need to say, see, has 16 means this is the subnet mask, leave about it. This particular 16, if I mention this CIDR notation for this 10.0.0.0, it consists of total 65,534 IPs it can give within that VNet. So those many resources can use all the resources. 65,534 means it's a huge quantity. Only the large organizations will use that one. For suppose within my resource group, if I'm having uh, 20 resources are there, okay. For 20 resources, I will give 20 IP addresses, okay. But it's a very huge thing, okay. I can provide. So I have given 16. Within the 16, I have kept it like this. So that's why you can say 65,536. Within this, okay, I have created the outer wall of my house. It's good. Now what I need to do, I need to construct the rooms. Here, how many rooms are required for me? I need only two rooms. One is one room separated for ADF. Why? Because it's a processing tool. And these all are storing tools, right? Where it stores the data and all. So what I'll do, I'll create only two VNets. One VNet for this particular ADF and another VNet is for the private endpoint. Subnet, not VNet, sorry, subnet. And what I will do, for this particular ADF subnet, I will give IP address which start from 10.0.1.0. Okay, 1, 2, 3, anything you can give because these two IP should not get mixed up. What is this hash 24? Hash 24 means CIDR notation hash 24, which having 254 IPs. Okay, which means this 10.0.1.0 may go till 10.0.255.0. Those many IPs this particular subnet will have. And this also same thing, 10.0.2.0 to like the 255 total it can allocate. I hope you understand. So this is what the IP range, from where it will start, and the IP range will be decided by the CIDR notation. If it is 16, so it starts with 10.0.0.0, but it is having 65,000 IPs within that. It can provide so many private endpoints to everywhere. Now let us go and create. Now what I'll do, I have created this one. Now let me click on subnet. I want to create a subnet. For first of all, what I'll do, I'll allocate one room or I'll allocate one separate virtual network to the ADF to process the data. What I will do, I will give something called as ADF, or let me do SN subnet underscore ADF. So okay, ADF is having this one. And now what I mean to give, so the all the entire VNet is starting from 10.0.0.0 and it is getting ended with 10.0.255.255. And what is starting address? The starting address of this VNet should start from 1. And 24 is more than enough. Why? Because even one IP is enough for me to give to ADF, one IP is enough for me to give to the private endpoint. But these are the default values. If I want, I can change also. See, if I go to 30, na 30 is a very least thing. You can see only 8 addresses it will give. Okay, but I'm having option to provide 24. I'll provide them. Okay, now after this, come down. Nothing is there, nothing is there. Just click on add. This subnet got added. Next, another subnet I'll create. What is the another subnet I will create? Private endpoint. Okay, private endpoint to what? Private endpoint to migrate. I will write something called as migrate. And see, if I give the same one over here, that will get mixed up. This VNet of sorry ADF subnet and as well as this private subnet. These two will get mixed up. Okay. What I will do? Let me go SN underscore private endpoints. Okay, for your understanding. Okay, let me count down. What I will do? The starting address I'll give from 2. Okay, because it keeps on start from 10.0.2.0 10.0.2.225. The difference is there between them. Okay, it will start from 0 and ends over there. Nothing to do, just click on add. So as of now what you have done, as of now what we have done, we have created one subnet to this particular ADF, another subnet to this particular endpoint. Now I need to create the NSG. Why NSG means, see, these two are created separately. If I go to NSG where it will do, first of all click on create, create. So it will take some time. Okay, we'll connect once it's done. Yeah, our deployment has been completed. Okay, where I can go, simply I can go to resource or I can click on VNets. So one network got created for me. Let me go in that. Within this I'm having two subnets are there which are there. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to create something called as, let me go to virtual networks, and within this virtual networks I need to create something called as national, sorry, not national, sorry, network security groups. What this network security groups will do, let me go to the network security groups. These are the routing tables, routing servers and all. I don't have any network security group yet because I didn't even till now what I have done, I have constructed my outer house and I have only constructed two rooms. One room is for ADF, the other room is for the private endpoints, and within that room, all the storing things I will just move out. That's it. Now my house needs one security guard. I am deploying one security guard, which is the network security group from the network security group. So I need to go to which group you want to go. I need to go to VNet. This is Rohit NSG. Okay, I'll give like that. Just nothing to do, click on create because I didn't given any task to him, just I have hired him. Okay, just click on create. Let it complete. Yes, the deployment has been completed. Okay, now what I need to do, I need to go to the resource. As I have told, what this NSG will do, this NSG will set the rules that who can access to whom. For suppose, if I have set one rule that ADF should only access the data lake. That's it. The ADF will only access the data lake only. The ADF has no privilege or nothing. If nothing you can do, it will not couldn't able to access SQL or keywords anything. Okay, so we can set some inbound and outbound rules. Inbound rules means what? The data or the users who are coming inside our network, those are inbound rules. What are outbound rules? Outbound security rules means if the data is going from our VNet to the public internet and all, we are in private internet. So if the data is going from the private internet to the public internet, that is what the outbound rules we can set. Okay, and now what I need to do right now is, so there is one thing which is there, like I don't have anything like ADF only should access data lake or SQL like that. See, I want all the resources should get communicated each other, but that should be in a private and in a secure manner. That's it. Okay, now what I will do right now is, there is one option already been available in the inbound security rules within the NSG. What that one? Like allow VNet inbound. Okay, which means how many people are there in one virtual network, all the those resources can share information between them in a secure manner. This is what the meaning of the allow VNet inbound. What is the, you can see the outbound security rules also, means whatever the data which is, for suppose my ADF is there, if my to my ADF, because of all these things, like all these two endpoints, like this particular ADF subnet and private endpoint, these two are there within one virtual network, so it has some privilege, like whatever the data that is flowing from this particular, means all the resources can communicate each other freely. That's it. Apart from the, nothing is there. Okay, what are inbound rules? Inbound rules means if the data is coming from source to this particular ADF, because at the initial stage we'll take data from source, right, that order stable and all, so then the ADF will become the inbound source because the data is coming to inside of ADF. So that also it can be done. Why? Because all are there in the same virtual network. What are outbound rules? Once it's done, the ADF will copy the file to sync, right, to the destination folder. So that also it been enabled. See, if you go over here, allow VNet inbound, which is active status action, which means that how many resources are there or how many subnets are there within one particular VNet, they could able to access or share the information between them in a secure manner. Kindly please note this point. Okay, now what I need to do, so already it's there. Now what I will do, let me go to the subnets. So I do not want to keep any inbound and secure address because I'm already having subnets. Let me go to subnets, and here what I'll do, I will assign or associate my subnets to this NSG. So whenever I associate my subnets to this NSG, automatically they can share information between them. See, this is my first subnet for the ADF. Okay, but till now I haven't added anything to ADF. I'm just creating the rooms. That's it. The ADF is a person. I'll call in some time. Now, so we are creating this subnet. Okay, so in this, I'm what I need to say. What is subnet that I'm going to associate? Already I have associated this particular ADF. So now I'm going to associate the private endpoints. Okay, what I'm doing, I'm keeping these two subnets in one place. What NSG will do, it will apply its own rules of the inbound and outbound rules. And that inbound and outbound rules, there is one rule is already there, that whatever the subnets which are there within the same VNets, they can able to access the data within themselves. So for that case only we are associating this. This is what the main things. So till now what we have done, I have created this entire virtual network. Within this, I have created this particular what we call it as subnet, and one more subnet I have created for the private endpoint. Okay, what I'll do, I'll whatever the subnet that I have created for ADF, I'll assign that subnet, or that I'll assign that uh, what we call as IP to this ADF, and the private endpoints are there now. So I will associate this private endpoints to these three things. And one more thing, I told now that for each and every resource, this private endpoint will give one private IP. That IP also we couldn't able to see. That will be securely managed by the this particular Azure only. So you see that how much secure the data flows between the resources. Okay. Now what I need to do, I'll create the resources. Okay. Let me go to my resource groups, VNet. Within this VNet, what I'll do, see already one virtual network, Rohit network, and as well as NSG got created for me. Now what I need to create? Now I need to create the, let us create storage account. Storage account. Click on storage account, create. See, same stuff, but this time the options will get slightly changed. Okay. So which is there in the Rohit VNet only, because it should not be there in the source. Okay. It should be there over here only. And what is this network watcher RG means? Whenever you created any VNet, Azure will automatically create one resource group for the VNet, which is named as Network Watcher resource group. And we won't care about it. Okay, leave it. Now, what is the storage? This one, Rohit. Okay, private storage 4. So Rohit private storage 4. So this is what the name I'm going to give. Okay, or not. Okay, we'll give like this only. Now what I'll do, I'll prefer the storage type. Storage type is this one only, and it is LRS is fine for me. GRS is not required. Now go to the next option, which is advanced. What you will do over here, hierarchical namespacing. If you enable this, then only it will become ADLS. If not, it will not become ADLS. And I have forgot to explain about this, which is access tier: hot, cool and cold. See, hot, cool and cold means whenever you are accessing so many resources or so much amount of data every day frequently, then it comes to the hot tier. Cool means, okay, it's optimized when the data is being accessed in a bit like weekly, once, twice, like that. So that kind of, if it is that kind of storage account, then it comes to cool. Cold means what? We'll create the storage account, and within the storage account, we'll use once in a year, 2 years per once, like that. We'll use like that. So when the optimized, when this particular data is been used, accessed very rarely for the backup scenarios, then it's a cold. Cold cost is very less. Hot cost is very high. That's it. Okay. Now go to the next tab. This networking tab is very important right now. Okay, for all the resources that we are going to create, this networking tab is very important. What this networking tab will do, see, I'm having, before I have enabled the public network access. If you go to my what we call it as, let me duplicate this one, let me duplicate this one, let me go to my resource group. So let me go to my first resource group, and within the first resource group, let me go to my this particular data lake. Yeah, so in this data lake, if you see that one, when comes to the networking part, where you see networking option, public network access enabled. So if the network is coming from the public side, so that is enabled, which means, see, if I for suppose, if I disable this one, what will happen now? It will ask me to provide the endpoints. What are the endpoints you want to give? So that thing you want to provide. Now, first of all, let me disable this. But in the before, it is enabled. So the public network access enabled means what? From everywhere, all the network will come, and as well as public network access scope also enable for all the networks I am giving, which may cause of data leak, which may cause of hacking the data. Anything could happen, misuse of the data. So that's why I want to move my data securely within the network. So for that, I have created the VNet. Now, disabled. Now what I need to do, now it is asking me to provide the endpoint. So I have created one private endpoint. You remember or not? So what I'll do, I'll just click on add private endpoint. Resource group is this one only. What is a private endpoint name you want to give? I will give this storage account, right? I will give private endpoint like PE dash. I can give for storage. So for storage, I'm giving one private endpoint. If I give like this particular private endpoint, that what I have created, like say this, I have created one private endpoint. Now, this will give one private IP address to my storage account. and that IP address we can't see. That's why that is that much secure. Okay, what is our virtual network? The virtual network is Rohit network I have created, the virtual VNet. Okay, and what is a subnet that I want to give to it? See, there are two subnets are there. One subnet is for ADF. This is dedicated to ADF only. I will give the subnet of the private endpoints. So this subnet of private endpoints will give the unique IP address to my this PE storage, to my data lake. Okay, and right now I'm giving integrate with the private DNS zone. This also we need to enable it. Click on OK. Click on OK. Once you click on OK, everything is fine. Now next, click on next. Data protection, security. So these things we are not doing. Our main agenda is for networking concept only. Validating. So this storage account now, I have disabled the networking. You can see when you come to disable the networking. So this storage account will only access the private endpoint, and this private endpoint I'll share with the ADF. So what, how, to where, to the sources which I'm sharing the private endpoints, there only it will accept. So you'll get to know slowly, do not worry. So now let me create the storage first. And no other resource can randomly come and access this one. No. So my storage account deployment is going on. I hope you understood about the VNet. Okay. Now let me explain you once again. Like I have created one virtual network, which is a private network, and within the private network, I have divided my private network into two parts. And there are so many parts it can be done because I have given CDR notation as 16, which will give 60, which have 65,534 IPs, ample of IP address it can give. I need only two IP address. That's it. Within this, I have created one ADF subnet. So within this ADF subnet, because ADF is a processing tool, data migration tool, sorry, not processing tool, data orchestration tool. So for this, I have given separate, and for the areas where I'm storing the data, here keywords also I'm storing the secrets, here SQL also I'm storing the data in tables, here in data lake also I'm storing in tables. So whatever the data I'm storing over here, so for all those things, one private endpoint is enough, and that private endpoint, I will give this private endpoint to all the resources while I'm creating. So at that time, this private endpoint will give unique IP address to each, unique private IP address to each and every resource, so that that IP address we also couldn't able to watch it. So it is that much secure. And this particular private endpoint, I'm going to connect with the ADF subnet, so that this ADF subnet or the ADF tool or the subnets which are there within the, means whatever the resources which are there within this subnet could able to access this private endpoints, and to whom I have given the private endpoints, those all the resources they can access. So which means we are deciding what resources should access with what resources. Means the LHS, this LHS means what, this is the LHS resources, whatever the resources could able to access the destination resources. That's it. Okay, now let me check whether deployment completed. Yeah, just now it got completed. Now let me go to my resource groups. Okay, resource groups, VNet. So I have created one. See, you can see some new options. Like, see, it had created before. I have told, like, my data is flowing through this particular network. If my data is flowing through network, just a second. Yeah, if my data is flowing through network in publicly it is going, so the particular normally the storage account is accessed by using this URL, https storage account dot blob dot core dot windows dot net. But right now it's not like that. See, right now it will be there in this format of private link dot blob dot core dot windows dot net. Even this link having so much amount of security is concerned. And this is the NSG. This is our Rohit, first of all, VNet that we have created. And this is a private endpoint that I have allocated to storage separately. So it will give a private, what we call it as the IP address to my this particular storage account. That's it. And this is a PE storage that I have created. That's it. Okay. Now, what is the next resource I want to create? The next resource I want to create something called as SQL, Azure SQL. See, same pipeline I'm going to do, which I have done before, but this time that pipeline will be, the data will flow in the secure manner. That's it. So that's why I have created that pipeline before. Now let me create this one. These things you already know the steps that I have explained before, but here the resource group you need to change. Resource group is VNet. Come down. Database name. What is the database name? Database name I can give as Rohit DB. Okay, I don't have any server, so let me create the server first. Server name is Rohit server 2. Okay, Rohit server 2. And for this it is not available. Let me change the location to central US. In now, authentication, both Microsoft and as well as SQL authentication. What is the admin I want to give? Like I will give Rohit the user 2. I will give password, my own password, and I have shown you if you forgot the password how you can change it also in the server. See, this video will take some time to understand. Okay, so kindly please pay attention and learn. Okay, so this is what the thing. Want to use elastic pool? No, this is for development purpose only. So which will decrease my server's computation engines and cost also will be reduced automatically. Now let us go to networking right now. If I have, when I have created my SQL DB, let me go to, this is my before normal when my data is flowing in public. Let me go to resource group, Rohit source one, and within the Rohit source one, what is this one? Rohit server. Okay, in this Rohit server, let me go to my Rohit DB. You can see the configurations. Where are the configurations? Security, secure, not here, not here, sorry. Let me go to Rohit server, security, networking. See, here you can see that every time I have told one thing, whenever you are getting the error and all at the beginning stage, okay, leave about the error and all. I have given the selected networks, right, in the firewall. Here, in the networking, the network connectivity, okay, leave about that. We'll start from here. So, when I have given all my basic things and all, I'll go to networking next. In networking, it is asking me to connectivity method. What is a connectivity method? Whether the connection should happen publicly through public endpoints or it should happen in private endpoints. I'll click on private endpoints. Whenever I click on private endpoints, it will ask me to create a private endpoint for me. So I'm already having on private endpoint within the VNet. Okay. So let me, so this time I will name this one as SQL or seek or PE private and for SQL. That's it. Or let me write in capital SQL. What is the target of so server only? And it will give the, okay. It is not giving to me. Yeah. Mhm. It will take some time, I think so. Okay, let me do one thing. So I can create like this, or I can create in another manner also. See, first of all, initially I'll pick up the public endpoint. Okay, which when I have given the public endpoint means what? It goes through network only, directly direct network, public network only it will go. Okay, there are nothing is there because sometimes this glitch will come. Go to security. Nothing is there to do, nothing is there to do. Click on uh, review plus create. Okay, unfortunately if you have created your SQL DB or your data lake somewhat of some other resources and publicly, later also you can change. So that is what my main intention that I mean to say. Okay, how you can change that one also I'll tell you. First of all, let it deploy. We'll connect once it gets deployed. Now, our deployment was successful. Okay, it's the same SQL server that we have done before. Okay, same SQL server. Now, let me, what I'll do, let me go to my this resource groups, VNet. Now, I'll go to my VNet. You can see SQL DB is there. Where is my SQL server then? Yeah, SQL server. Yeah. Now, see, now also you have created one DB, but it's an open source actually. It's an open, the data will flow in. It doesn't have any private endpoints or anything. The data will flow in public internet only. Okay, now what I need to do, you need to go to security and networking. So there is a, you can see public access. So you can see the selected networks are there. Some firewalls are there. See, sometimes, let me tell you one thing. Sometimes if you open the DB directly, for suppose, let me open overview. Let me open this database. Okay, let me go to the query editor. Let me try to sign in to open the query editor. It throws this error every time. Okay, you do not worry about anything because this error is very important. When this error is being thrown, simply go to your server, because you can, whatever the changes are there, you can do it in your server only. Now what you need to do, go to networking. Within the networking there is something called as public access is there. If public access is disabled, then also it will not go. First of all, your public network access should be selected networks. What are the selected networks? Within that, if you are having your old what we call it as IP, where it is there, let me, okay, try to add your, simply whenever you come over here, firewall view, simply add your new firewall rule. That's it. Whenever you add your new firewall rules, that from now it will open. If you want to check, go to, okay, now click on save. First of all, you need to save it. Now go to overview. Nothing you need to do. You need to come over to networking. Once you go to networking, you do public access, selected networks, just add the, simply called as add your client IP4 address. So you need to add your client IP4 address, then only the database could able to connect with the server and all, not the data server could able to connect with the database. Now let me go to overview, come down. Now let me go to this particular Rohit DB query editor, try to connect. Now the query editor will open. It will not throw the error that has thrown before. Okay. Now let me go to the server. Our main concept is on networking right now. Now this public access should be like this only. Go to private access. Private access is very important. So in private access, now I'll create the endpoint. Even for a data lake also you can do like that. If by mistakenly you have created the public, later on you can add your private endpoints, no issue. Now what I'll do for this, now I'll give PE dash private endpoint for SQL. Now I'll give this one, like how I have given. Reason that I'll go to next resource. Resources, subscription is my subscription. Resource type is this one. Resource for SQL server only I'm giving. Go to virtual networks. Now this is what the virtual network, but what is subnet, it got selected SN of ADF, but ADF I have given to what? ADF I have given, just a second, where it is. Yeah, ADF I have given, the ADF subnet is only for ADF. I need to give the private endpoint that I have given. So I need to choose this one to private endpoints. I have given this one, fine. Nothing to do, nothing to do. Just click on next DNS. DNS. Here also nothing to do, leave it. This is what the why DNS means. It will create a private link. to access this from the browser, that you know, everyone know. Click on next tags, click on next review plus create. Mhm. Validation passed. Now click on create. So your Azure SQL DB is also been created. So the private endpoint has given one private IP to your Azure SQL. Okay. Sorry, I'm feeling cold, so that's why my voice is a bit going like this. So it is deploying in progress again. So in this, see, I haven't created any public endpoints or anything initially. By mistakenly I have created this Azure SQL with public network before. Later on I went to network and changed the configuration settings, then I have done this one. Okay, and then I have added the private endpoint. Now my Azure SQL is will not flow the data in publicly. It will only flow through that particular private endpoint only. Okay, I have shared all the private endpoints to that. See, it has created your P private end for your SQL. Then it is attaching the private DNS to that particular thing. Then it is has done the DNS zone group. Then it is doing this particular virtual network links and all. The deployment is going on. Yes. So the deployment is completed successfully. Now what I need to do? Now what I need to do? Go to resource groups again. Okay, go to VNet. Now you can see so many private endpoints, so many, see, two pages it got created, server and all. Okay, now later on, now what are the things that I need to install more? Install means what are the things that I need to get? I need to get the key vault. Let us get the key vault because already I have what we call it as deployed my Azure SQL DB. So I'll store my password in the that key vault also. So let me search for key vault. Ah, no, no, Key Vault will not be there over here. Key Vault, I am using the Microsoft one only directly. I am not using any services of Microsoft. Okay, this is a Key Vault. What I'll do, I'll create another Key Vault. This time, subscription is same. The resource group will get changed. The Key Vault name also will get changed. What is the Key Vault name? This Key Vault name is Rohit Rohit Private Key Vault. I will provide like this. Okay, come down. Price, reason, standards, 90 days. This one I have already explained. Click on next. Access configuration. This is also fine. So in this access configuration permission model, yeah, this is also fine. Go to next. Networking. Here you need to be very much important. Here you have given something called as enable public access. Okay, which means you can connect this key vault either publicity via public IP address or service IP endpoints, which is very dangerous. This time we don't want. Last time we have enabled it, this time we will disable this one. So when I will disable the public access, immediately it asks me to provide an endpoint. Okay, you are what we call as, okay, you don't want public IPs, so please provide me one private endpoint that you have created in your virtual network. Okay, I'll provide. Wait, boss. Okay, what I'll do, I'll give my resource group. What is a resource group? You should create in VNet. See, if resource group changes, so many things will get changes. Okay. Now, what is the name that I want to give? It's a PE for key vault. Okay. Come down. What is a virtual network? See, sometimes due to glitch, it will not come. If you see, before for SQL, Azure SQL, it did came. Click on this one, choose your VNet, and which subnet you want to give. Same subnet. See, within the private endpoint only I'm giving these three subnets. These three resources are there within one subnet only. Okay, for this one also I'll choose private endpoints. Okay, you will get to know slowly, do not worry, just watch the video and rewatch it again. At least you need to watch 3 times this part, networking. Okay, come down, just click on OK. So this is what the networking. Tags, I do not want to give any tags or anything. Just directly go to review plus create, validating, create. Okay, it is initializing the deployment. Once it's done, we'll connect again. So my key vault also been deployed. Okay, let us deploy ADF also, but for ADF we need to give the ADF subnet. Okay, now let me go to resource groups again. See, why I'm going this many times is because you will get habituated to that. Okay, so that's why I'm going this many times. Now just click on data factory. Okay, open the data factory, click on create. So it will ask, okay, resource group is fine, VNet only. I'll give Rohit private factory. Okay, this is what the private factory I'm going to deploy right now. Now click on next. Git configuration. Our next concept is this one only, how to do git configuration and all, and how to deploy our code to push our code into the main branches and all. Now will you get to know slowly. What is networking? Here, see, last time we have not enabled this option, enabled managed virtual network on the default runtime system. See, if you didn't turn on this one, you need to create your own integration runtime which is there in the ADF. So for that, what you need to do, you need to turn on this one so that the Azure will manage your auto resolving integration runtime with its own. Okay, now come down. So this ADF factory, if I have given the public endpoint, this ADF factory could able to connect with any of the resources in the Azure. But I do not want that. I want only specific resources that should be connected within the VNet so that the data will flow in a very high secure manner. And sometimes it flow, if I have checkbox the encryption also, the data will be encrypted from the source till the destination. It will go in a very safe manner. Okay, so the public IPs, the people who are using public networks like home wi-fi's, office wi-fi's, mall wi-fi's and all, they couldn't able to connect with that. To protect from that only, the Azure has given something called as VNets, virtual networks. So with it, it's just like as a VPN that we use in our offices and all. Okay, leave about that. Just click on the private endpoint. So when you have given the private endpoint, it will ask what private endpoint you want to give. Just click on private endpoint and just give the name. I will give something called as PE-ADF. Okay, now you need to attach the virtual network. The virtual network that is there, which is Rohit network, and with this subnet that I am going to attach is this ADF right now. Why? Because I told these three are where you will store the data. So that's why I have given only created one subnet, and that subnet IP I am giving to all. And this is the processing or orchestration tool. So that's why I have created one subnet, and that subnet I have given to this. Okay, now come over here, ADF, come down, integrate and all. Yeah, click on OK. Subnet created. Click on next. Enable encryption. You say if you want to do encryption and all. Right now it's not required. Click on next. Next. Click on create. That's it. It will create. Once it's done, we'll connect again. So it is getting deployed. So what are the in between, what are the key main things that I need to do right now? As I have installed this, deployed this keyword, first of all, what I need to do, I need to make myself as a key vault administrator. This role I need to give. Okay, and after that, what I need to give, I need to give my key vault secrets user to ADF. This is what that I need to give. Okay, and For this SQL, what I need to provide to access ADF, all these things and all, it needs to provide an IAM role. That is what SQL server, I think user, I think so. SQL server user, no, SQL server contributor, contributor. This IAM access I need to give to whom? This one I need to give to ADF. Okay, and this one also I need to give to ADF. And for this one, storage, what I need to do for this one? For this, I need to provide storage blob data contributor. So these are the roles that I need to assign. But before assigning these roles, remember one thing. First of all, through ADF, I will send one request of my subnet to this particular private endpoint, to this private endpoints. So with this private endpoints, how many I have created as sub? I have created three by taking this as a link. P this one with this P of data lake, P of SQL, P of subscriptions and all like that. Right now, when I have taken like this, okay, I will send one request through ADF to this one, and these subnets need to approve this. So automatically these will get access to ADF. Okay, these will get connected to ADF. It doesn't mean that ADF can consume data from that. Okay, you will slowly understood that one. Do not worry. First of all, what I'll do, whatever my SQL password is there, that will I will store in my this what we call it as in this particular keyboard. Okay. Now let us go to resource groups, VNets, and within the VNet, first of all, let me go to uh, page two. Page two. I'm having key vault. Let me go to my key vault. First of all, I need to go to IAM first, and because I need to make myself as administrator. I'm already administrator, but let me. Sometimes it will not work. That's why. Okay, what is this one? Key vault. Key vault. Administrator. Yeah. Click on next. To whom I want to provide? I want to provide to this Raj as guest. Click on select. Review plus assign. Review. So role has been added to that. Immediately when role has assigned, immediately I need to give access to ADF. Okay, let us give access to ADF directly. Okay, what I'll give? Um, uh, okay, instead of giving that one, first of all, let us approve the VNets. Okay, this was already we have done before. So let me go to the key vaults. Okay, I want to store the secret. Which secret I want to store? I want to store the secret of, first of all, public network access is disabled and request is not trusted. Okay, what I need to do right now, go to settings, go to networking. Mm, okay, allow public access from all networks. Why it is been disabled? Na? See, discard changes, secrets. See, if I want to store any secret, what it is asking to me, public network access is disabled and request is not in the trusted service. So as I have blocked it now, while like only private endpoints only should get connected, no other services and all, no other network should get connected. But see, I am operating my home Wi-Fi, which is the public. To access this Azure, at least I need to use my home network now. So that's why to change that one, I need to go to networking and just allow access from. So from this all public allow access I'm using. Private endpoints will be same like that only. See, let it update. See, private endpoints will be same. P of key vault only. Now go to secrets. Now this will go. If it is showing that there are no secrets are available, then you are having full access to create secrets. Just general. What I will say this time, SQL private secret. or let me write SQL private. That's it. What is my password? Password is okay. That's it. Now click on create. So the password, my SQL DB password, I have stored it over here, and the name is SQL private. That's it. Till now it's fine. Now what next I need to do? Let me go to ADF. Okay, let me go to VNet, and in this let me go to ADF. So let me just click on Launch Studio. So when you have given with your private endpoint, so when you have not accessing with the public ends, private endpoints, at that time you can see within manage something called as managed private endpoints. But same thing, see for the same thing, if I search in my previous ADF source one, which all the things are going in publicly, Launch Studio. See, if I go to what is this? Not this one. Yeah, this one. If I go to manage, you couldn't able to see that option. See, this was disabled. Why? Because I didn't turn on it. I didn't given any private endpoints or anything. I have given full access that this ADF can access any service in the Azure with the help of link service via public network. Okay, where some risks should be there. Now, this is our private factory where I'm having managed private endpoints. First, click on this one. Just first of all, you need to create MPE, which is managed private endpoint. To whom I need to create? I need to create this managed endpoint. Just a second. To one managed private endpoint I need to create for this one managed private endpoint I'll create for SQL, one managed private endpoint I'll create for this one. It means I'm not creating any new managed endpoints. I'm just requesting them to approve to access their sources. That's it. Okay, what I'm doing, so let me go over here, create a managed private endpoint. What is my SQL? So SQL, this is my SQL. So first of all, I'm sending request to SQL database. Subscription selecting, server name Rohit server 2. Yeah, just I'm clicking create. Create. You will get to know what is this actually. If I show it practically, you'll get to know. Now, what is the other one? Other one is data lake, because I want to access data from data lake also. I'm creating a request so that I could able to access the data from the data lake. So private, yeah, this one. And last one is key vault. Continue. Subscription, enter, private key vault, select. So now what I am doing, my ADF subnet, which is there, which wants to access these particular sources which are having their private endpoints, okay, managed private endpoints. So I'm sending request from my ADF to these particular resources, and I need to go to these resources to approve. That's it. So already see Azure SQL database has completed now. See, let me go to where I can go remove this one VNet. So first of all, you can see my Azure SQL database completed. So where I need to go within this VNet, I need to come down, scroll aside, uh, server, yeah, Rohit server. Because if anything you want to do, you need to do in server only. Simply you go to networking. So you can see some private access over here, but you can see there is something called as private factory. You got one request from that private factory, so that if you just click this one and click on approve, then only whatever your data which is there in your SQL DB, that can be accessed by the ADF. So until and unless you won't approve, it has no right to use your data. So approved. Just click on approved and click on yes. So if you click on this one, so then it will run and it will give you the success one. See, success. And here approval also it needs to show that it's success. See, refresh, refresh, it's approved. Here also it needs to show refresh, refresh. It will take some time, I think so, to see. Yeah, mistake by minute. Yeah, let it be. Others are creating. So once others too got success, then what I'll do, then I go to there and their networking and I'll approve the request that was sent by the ADM. Okay. So you can see from my ADF, the request has been sent. See, provisions or request has been sent to key vault database and all. In database already we have uploaded. It will take some time to reflect over here. But for the key vault, we'll go first of all. Okay, next. Here we have approved. Now, let me go to VNet key vault. Within the key vault, I need to go to settings, networking. Within the networking, I need to go to the private endpoints will not be satisfied. Okay. Okay. Now what I need to do, I need to click on this one, pending, click on approve, approved. Yes. So now whatever the secrets are there, which are stored in my key vault, can be accessed by the data factory because I have approved only for data factory. That's it. Now what is the next thing? Next is data lake. So VNet, this is my data lake. Go to my what we can say shared networking. Within the networking, go to your public endpoints. Just you got this request, you can see. Just open this, approve. Just type approve. Just click on yes. Done. This is also approved. Now check it over here. You can see my key vault and as well as this status got changed. My data lake also it will get changed. Now we have created our endpoints. Okay, now what is our next step? The next step is same like how we have done before. I need to provide access to each and everything. Okay, what is the access that I need to provide? If my first of all, I need to check if I want to access this particular Azure SQL DB database. I have done the connection, but there is something called as RPAC is there, role based access control. So that is also one security is there, and I need to satisfy that security system also. Now what I need to do, I need to go to, I'm already there in where I'm already there in storage now. First of all, I'll give storage access to Azure. Okay, let me go to IAM. Within this, let me go to add role assignment, add role assignment. Simply, I will give storage blob blob contributor. Okay, click on next. To whom I want to give, it's a managed identity because it's software. It's not a Azure resource. Data factory. See, this time two data factories came, so that's why naming is very important. So I have given Rohit private factory. Just click on select, assign. So now my access is fulfilled with my data lake, where it has the data lake has approved the private endpoint or the request that was sent by the subnet of the Azure, what we call it as our data factory, and I have given the role so that the data factory could able to read, write, and delete whatever it could be. Okay, review plus assign, role is been adding. Okay, role added. Now, what is the next thing that I want to do? I want to give my SQL DB access to my ADF. So, like how before we have done. Now, go to VNet. Within the VNet, go to SQL Server 2. Within the SQL Server 2, open IAM, and within the IAM, what you need to do, click on Add Role Assignment. Within the Add Role Assignment, what you need to type, there is something called as SQL Server Contributor. Yes. So there is something called as SQL Server Contributor. Okay, to manage the identity, select members to whom I need to give to data factory, private factory only, select review plus assign, review plus assign. That's it. So now my SQL server also, the data factory has sent request to my endpoint. I have approved it. So after that, I am giving role to data. Sorry. Now I am giving access to the data factory so that it could able to access the data which is residing in my SQL database in a very private and secure manner. Okay. Now that is also fine. Now let's go to VNet again. Now what I need to pick, this is the last one, key vault, because the secrets that need to be taken by the ADF through key vaults, you need to give IAM access. You know that one, right? Role, add role assignment. In this, what kind of role I will add? That is key vault secrets user. I think so. Secrets user, yeah. So who is the secrets user? The secrets is been used by ADF. No, 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 not user, bro. Not user, managed identity. Select members, data factory. Within the data factory, this particular private factory, select review plus assign. Okay. Sorry. So now entire access is being completed happily. Okay, entire access part is being completed like before only. Now what we are going to do? Go to ADF, go to author. Okay, go to this one. What I will do, instead of again creating all those what you call it as these things, let me do one thing. Let me go to my, first of all, I have stored the secret now. SQL databases. What is the SQL server to? This one, yeah. SQL server to, go to this query editor, connect. I'm having some amount of data. Okay, because I don't have data in this particular second thing. I think no data is there. Yeah. New query, control V, control A, run. That's it. So I'm having sales orders this time. Okay, remove this. Now I have created the data lake, but I didn't inserted any records or anything. Okay, just go to this one, or I can directly go to data lake. So how many storages are there? Three are there. This is my private storage. Within this private storage, I need to go to this particular data storage containers. Within the containers, I don't have any containers. Try to add the container that I'm going to add is, first of all, source, create. Add one more container, destination, create. Okay, within the source, let me upload one file which is there on my desktop. Browse the file, browse for files. Okay, 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 okay. See, if this request has come, like this request is not authorized to perform this task, means why? Because Let me go to networking, because see, I can create the files, but I couldn't able to see what are the things which are there in that. It's why, because go to containers, networking, you can see something called as public access. It is disabled. You need to enable it actually. Why? Because I am connecting from my home network, which is a public network. So if initially if that firewall is restricting the things, then how can I do that? So for those kind of errors, you need to go to public access. Your public network should be accessed. Okay. Now now come to containers, go to source. Now upload a file. See, now it is happily doing for me. Let us add something called as order same parquet file only. What is first parquet file will add? Okay, only one parquet file. Upload. Okay, now the data is also ready. The password is also ready for that. Now what I need to do? Now I need to create the linked services between them. Okay, there are no link services are there. We have just created the private endpoints, given private endpoints, set up those roles and all. Now I am creating the link service. Click on link service. What is the first link service? First of all, let us create Azure Key Vault. Okay, or this ADLS Gen 2. See, this time some options will be changed. See, last time auto resolving integration runtime will be there. Now this time you can see with that managed virtual network. So everything this is going in managed virtual network. And first of all, interactive, this should be enabled. If not, the connection will throw error. Okay, try to interactive authoring, because if interactive authoring is enabled in the virtual network, then only the integration runtime could able to migrate my data from one place to another place. Or initially try, it will not set up the link also if you didn't enable it. So first of all enable it, and meanwhile go with the account key only. So there is no account key now for this. Yeah, what is this one? Subscription. What is the storage name? See, now you would be able to see the storage names. Okay, see now, when you have given this one, because of you have given your managed identity for that, it will auto approve for you. There will be no test connection is required for this. Okay, now simply if this is been turned on, we can directly click on create, so that my link service between the data lake and as well as ADF has been set up. Hmm. Okay, click on create. Or test connection is also you can do. See, simply open and do test connection. It should show success. Test connection successful. Super. Okay, simply cancel it. Now let us make the link service between the SQL DB and ADF. Okay, it is authorized to come down subscriptions, but see, I want to use key vault, right? So first of all, I need to make the link service to the key vault. For this subscription, this one, key vault name, private key vault, yes. From this private key vault to secret, what is the secret name of my key vault? Let me type key vault. Private key vault, open this one. within the secrets it will be stored. Open. Okay, the name is SQL private. Copy, paste it over here, and current version you can copy and paste it over here. Okay, click on create. So keyword will be created when you publish the changes. Okay, let me publish the changes. Let me save the changes. Okay, let it publish. So it got published successfully. Now let me create new, and this time we will ask our link service is there, Azure SQL DB. Okay, same interactive model, subscription, first subscription, server name, server 2, database name, Rohit Master DB. Now authentication, username. What is the username? Username, what is the username? Rohit, something I have wrote. Just a second. Let me go. Let me go to this one. Uh, Let me go to resource groups. VNet. Within the VNet, I'm having SQL DB. I'm having the server, right? Where is server? Yeah, this is a server. Open the server. You can see the server admin name Rohit user 2. Yeah. If I give this name wrongly, it's gone. That's it. It will throw error. That's it simply. So I want to use Azure Key Vault. What is the link service that I have set up? This one. And what is secret name? Secret name loading, loading. Refresh. What is secret name? The secret name is SQL private. What is the latest version? Latest version also I have given. Let it load. Yeah, this is my latest version. Right. Come down. It's mandatory to encrypt all these things. Right to do test connection. Successful. Create. That's it. Now try to publish this thing. Now what do you need to do? Go to pipeline. Create a new pipeline, this one. Okay, this is a private pipeline. Okay, this is a private pipeline. What I'll do, paste it over here. Okay, this is a private pipeline. Control C and paste it over here. Why it is not getting pasted? Just a second. Or we'll do one thing, try to take the ARM template of it. Not support files. Okay, we'll do one thing. I will create same like as it is, which is there like before, and I'll let you know. Okay, and if you want to say, you can watch this part, or if you want to skip this part, that can also fine. Let me do copy activity. So two copy activities are required. One copy activity is to migrate from one place to another place. So the first copy activity is from data lake to destination. Okay, now go to source. No sources are there for me. So in this data lake which I have chosen, continue. The file is there in which format? The file is there in, go to data lake, VNet. Within the VNet, you can see, go to first one. Okay, this one. Open the containers. Now you can go to source parquet file. Yeah, so this is there in parquet file. Parquet, click on continue. Okay, what I can say, source ds underscore source. Okay, click the link service. Okay, and again open this file system. In which file system it is there? It is there in source. That's it. And click on OK. Click on OK here also. Okay, so the link service for data set for this particular source has been created. Now what is the second thing? Now what is the second thing? Go to sync. For sync we don't have any data set. Again ADLS gen2, that one, the file should be there in CSV format. Continue. And as well as what I'll do over here, ds underscore destination. Okay, data set for destination. Select this one only. File directory, where which file directory you will select? You will select for destination. Click on, simply click on OK. That's it. Click on OK. Okay, this one also been created. So if this pipeline runs successful, then the other pipeline should run successful. What is the other pipeline? What is the other pipeline over here? So the other pipeline I'm taking data from the SQL. So for SQL we don't have any data set. So this is a SQL. Continue. And ds underscore SQL, ds underscore SQL. Link service is this one. And which table I want to pick, which table I want to pick. Let me try to load this one again. Select sales. Only one table is there. Click on OK. This one also been created. Sync is this, all files should get filed in destination. So I'll select destination. That's it. Okay. Now validate. Pipeline is validated successfully. Debug the pipeline and watch whether the things are going fine or not. Containers, destination. So this is how you establish your own private network, and within your own private network you will establish your own subnets, and each subnet will have so many IPs. And see, within each subnet I can what allocate so many resources. I have allocated only ADF because ADF is a separate kind of tool, like it will orchestrate the things, and ADF is a center of attraction where it will take the data from all the resources. So that's why separate subnet I have given for ADF. Where this data lake and this particular what we call as Azure database and as well as keywords is all are storage kind of thing. So these all will store the things. Okay, so that's why I have given one private, created one private endpoint, and for that one private endpoint I have given for each and every resources. Because of that, what happened, each and every private endpoint will create one separate private what we call as IP address to each and every resource. So by that, after that, what I have done, I have given access, I have requested access to this particular resources from the ADF. So once they approved, then only I could able to do any operations in that. After that, I have allocated roles and responsibilities to this, like what are the roles, what ADF can do, what others can do, like that. Then I have created the link services. Then I have created this particular what we call it as the pipeline and all. So try to watch this part again and again. So finally you will get to understand what is subnets, vnets and all. If you are having any doubts, please feel free to ask at any time. Okay, I'll be available. So let this pipeline complete. It is in progress state. Both the pipelines got successfully implemented. Let me publish this one because it will not get saved then. Successfully it is published. Now let me go to my this particular private source and let me check those two files came successfully to my folder. This is how networking works in Azure. It's not like you need to manage everything, but while creating the link services, you need to create the endpoints, you need to approve to this particular resources, you need to go over there, you need to approve all the things. Okay, so for that reason you need to understand the networking things in a not in depth also. This is fine, this level is fine for you to understand the things in Azure. Okay, now our last and final concept for this video in Azure is Azure DevOps. Okay, this will also will be there in our particular thing. Okay, and before that, let me explain you one or two things. Like in Azure security, we have discussed about the Azure keyword where we'll store the passwords and all these things. Like that, there is something called a secret is there. See, secret is a sensitive information stored securely inside the Azure keyword. Secrets also like that. Okay, that is the before Azure key vault, keys. We store only keys, passwords, secrets, all these things. Like that, there is secret is there. Here where you will store the sensitive information. Like this time, I have stored the SQL password and all in the key vault. Now, what is SAS? SAS is very important to know. SAS means shared access signature. Like, see, what it will do, it will not give your, it will not take your actual password. What it will do, it will temporarily give one access token for you for some time. Okay, for some time, and you can't even access the entire storage also. It will only give some limited access for you for some time. For some time it will give some temporary token for you. Okay, it will access without sharing your full storage account key. It will not even give the storage account key also. Okay, so instead of giving full storage account key like that, we only give read access, write access, all these things like that. Okay, example, we have one storage account, we want friend to download one file for 2 hours. Okay, so he want to download one file for 2 hours. Instead of sharing the full storage credentials to him, we will just generate one SAS token to him. Once you generate that token, by using that token for that 2 hours of time only, he could able to see only read, he can't do anything after that. After the 2 hours the token will get expired, automatically he goes back over there. Okay, SAS types are also not required actually. Storage account key, managed identity. What is storage account key? Storage account key is a master password of the storage, Azure storage. Okay, what it will do, using this key, user will get full access to the storage actually. Examples of these things are SAS, managed identity, and keywords. Now, what is managed identity? Before we are looking up about managed identity means, managed identity is a automatically managed identity for the Azure services. Okay, so we avoid to storing usernames, passwords, applications, all these things. Okay, so example, before I have shown the managed services, Azure Data Factory wants to access ADLS. Instead of using username as password, we'll just user managed identity or system given managed identity like that. So automatically it handles the authentication securely. I hope you understand about this, right? What is service principal? Service principal means what? A service principal is a security identity used by applications. Okay, like it was basically it's an application. It came from Microsoft Entra ID like that. Okay, it's service principal. It's an app. Okay, where we use this as an identity that I am from resource like that. I'm from Azure like that. Okay, these are not that much important thing. Now let us jump to Azure DevOps. So why we need to use Azure DevOps? Okay, see, let me tell you one small thing. Like I'm having data factory. See this data factory, for suppose 5 people are working. Okay, only I'm having one data factory, that is production data factory. On this production data factory, five people are working. Okay, we five teammates are working, and for our five teammates, our manager has given the task, similar kind of tasks, to work on one pipeline. Okay, to work on one pipeline. Now what happened is, this is production. If I have made some changes, if anything goes wrong, will the main pipelines will get affected or not? Will the link services of the main will get affected or not? Yes, it will get affected. So that's why what we will do is, see, simply, this is my production, or this is my live. Okay, this is my live mode. What I will do, and this is my testing mode, or we can say feature branch also. Data factory. See, this is my testing one, or this is my development one. I can write like that also. This is my dev environment. So we five people are there. What happens in this means, there will be connection between the live mode and as well as the dev mode, for sure. If where I'll develop my code, I'll develop my code in the dev mode. Once everything is going for fine, then I'll push the code to the live mode, to the production. This is what happens every time. But here what happens is, this particular line which is showing like this now straight, which we call it as a master branch. Master branch. Okay, master branch. And for suppose I am one of the teammate, okay, who is working on one project. I will not work on this master branch directly. What I will do, I will create a future branch from this. Okay, feature branch from this, and here I will develop my code. And once everything is going fine, then what I will do, I will merge this future branch into master branch. Means after merging into master branch, the feature branch will get deleted automatically. You can ask me that why, Rohit, why we are doing like that, why we are creating one feature branch from the master branch, and again why we are what we call it as developing the things in feature branch, and why we are finally merging in master branch. See, I am not only the person who is working in this. There could be, for suppose I am working under first task one. Okay, I have made some changes and deployed it. Later on, what happened, some other employee came. So he has created one feature branch, and for him it got task 2. What he will do, see, whatever the changes that I have done and merged to the master branch, those changes will get reflected to this person automatically. And because of this, the development part will be very easy. See, so many here, the first person, second person, third person, fourth person. Four persons can do simultaneously at a time. They can create four feature branches from the master branch, and while when they have deployed the change, when they have merged their feature branch to the master branch, then only they could able to view their what we can say, their result. In this, what is Git? Okay, what is Git configuration? See, Git means generally we call it as a version control. We call Git as a version control. What it does basically means, see, this week I got a release. The release, I have told you about the release in the beginning stage, sprints. We call it as sprints. This week I got a release. I have deployed the release by last Friday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, these 3 days, I didn't got any kind of issues. By Monday, I got the issues. Then what happened means, see, whatever the sprint that I have deployed sprint 1 on Friday, that will be stored as a version. And When sprint 2 also stored as a version. So when I'm deploying the sprint 3, I got the issue. Okay, so what it will do, so this is version 1, this is version 2. So when I got the issue in the sprint 3, what it will do, I will move to the previous sprint immediately, so that we can do time traveling in the this particular Git configuration. So the Git is basically used for versioning control. So if this week I'm facing any issues, instead of going into production code and doing changes and messing up the things, simply I'll go into the previous version or previous week release that I have done, where it doesn't have any issues. I hope you understand this one. But what are the, we'll do practically these things. Okay. First of all, what I need to do, if I need to first of all create what we call it as start with Azure DevOps, you need to create the Azure DevOps organization. Then you need to create one project repository, and you need to connect with the Microsoft Entra ID. Okay, leave it about it. First of all, what I will do, I will go to my, leave this one, go to my, this one, Azure DevOps. See, Azure DevOps organizations. This is what Azure DevOps organizations. So I have already logged in. So just click on view my organizations. Okay. It is asking that do you have any account priorly? Okay. I'm already having one organization. I have already done one project in this. But okay, let us go to this one only. So this is the organization that I have created. Just open this one. If you open this organization, you will get to see few things like this. Okay, this is my already one project I'm doing. So for you, what I'll do, initially when you came into DevOps is development and operations. Just I need to click on new project. Within the new project, what I will do, I will give something called as Rohit new. Okay, create, create. Okay, it has created successfully. So once your organization and your project got created, you will come within the project. There are so many options are there, you can see, like dashboards means what are the priority ones, what are the immediate ones that you need to develop, and as well as you need to display over there. Okay, we don't have any dashboard yet. What are boards? What are boards? Sorry, boards consist of work items, boards, backlogs, sprints, daily. I told us sprints, daily, week sprints. What are the sprints going? Any queries are there? Any wants, any doubts are there? Any kind of delivery plans are there? Analytic fees, all these things will be there in boards. But boards also we won't use. Our task is not that much. Our task is we need to go to repositories, repos. Our task is to do commit, push, branches, tags, all these things. Okay, now first of all, create one new repository. Okay, create one new repository. How I can create? See, simply if you go at the top, it will tell that create new repository. New repository name is Rohit repo. That's it. Okay, click on create. You will understand slowly. Just watch the video. Okay, this is a Rohit repository. Now, first of all, within this Rohit repo, you can see the whatever the configurations are there, all these things. So within this, you can see within the main branch. As what is the main branch? This is the main branch. There will be one main branch will be there with a straight line branch. So I want to develop something. So I will create one feature branch out of it. So what are the things that I have created till now? Initially, I need to create the organization, in which organization I'm working. Within the organization, I need to create the project. Within the project, I need to create the repository. Within the repository, I need to create the this particular feature branch. Okay, what I need to do? Main, just type new branch. It will ask you want to create the main branch again or you want to create any feature branch again. Okay, branches, tags, this one. Okay, or if you want to create any branch which is related to future or what like that. Okay, so it is almost all its main branch only again, right? Click on cancel, and what you will do, click on branches, click on branches. So there is one main branch is there. Okay, create again new branch. Why this one is not coming? Oh, okay. See, yeah. So there is one main branch is there. So there are no files are there. Commits means once I have merged my file into this particular what you call as the main branch. Once I do commit, then only my this particular production or switch pipeline will work. So let me go to my where to resource groups. Let us deploy in this source vnet. Okay, so let me go to my adf. So we are going to learning how to integrate adf with the github repository, because which is very important. Every organization follows this rule only. Okay, now what I am going to do, you can see every time you can see one setup a github repository will be there, or if you go to manage you can see git configuration will be there. Anything you can do. I'll go for git configuration and I'll do configuration. It will ask what is a repository type. The repository type, there are two kinds of repositories are Azure DevOps Git, GitHub. We are from Azure DevOps Git. That's it. Enter ID, automatically it has taken from my account. Click on continue. Now select the repository, which repository you want to access. If I click on this one, mm, 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 repository, where is the repository? Repos, which repository? Yeah, this one. Control C. Where is this? Verify that your Azure DevOps is connected to Microsoft Entra account. Yeah. So, first of all, when I have created any organization, first of all, I need to check whether my Azure organization is connected to Microsoft Entra ID or not. For that, what I need to do? So, when you come to this Azure DevOps, you need to go to your organization settings. So what you need to do, go to Microsoft Entra ID. So connect your Azure DevOps with your Microsoft Entra ID. That's it. So every time it will take resources, or every time from there it will manage. It's a default directory. Connect, connect. So once I have signed in, okay, once I have connected my Microsoft account to my data Azure DevOps, first of all I need to sign out from there. So my account has been, I have signed out from the account. Then again, what I need to do, I need to close all these unnecessary things. Come to my home page, again home page. Try to refresh the page once. Then again type Azure DevOps organizations. It will ask to view all our organizations. Just click on view my organizations. It will ask to enter. Click on this one. Cancel. So see guys, when you came into Azure tab, okay, if you want to work with Azure DevOps and all, simply come to the directory, search for Azure DevOps. You will get something called as Azure DevOps organizations. Okay, open this one. What you will get to see already you have logged in with your account. It will give something called as view my organizations. Initially, you will not have any organizations. What is an organization? Organization means in one organization there will be multiple projects will be there. Like I am working currently in Celcom, which is a Malaysia based project, and as well as Airtel, as well as this Saudi Telecom, as well as this what we call it as Mobili, as well as YouTube. So these are all what we call it as network related things and cell, which what we call telecom related things. So these all projects will be packed and kept in one organization. Okay, all the similar kind of things projects will be handled in one organization. Okay, where operations and development will be handled. Just click on this my organization. You will get to this page. You want to create new organization, or if you, this is an old organization that I have already been there. Okay, within this I have created two projects, that's it. But now I want to create one new organization. I just simply clicked on new organization. It will take me to this page, that's it. So here, first of all, what is the project I want to do? The project name is ADF DevOps. Okay, ADF, yeah, ADF DevOps Git. That's it. Okay. Now what I'll do, already I'm having one organization. This is a second organization just now I have created. Okay. Just I'll create a project. That's it. If I create a project, I will land to this page directly. So now currently this is my DevOps. Within the DevOps, this is my organization. Within my organization, I am there in a project. So within the project on basis of ADF project, I'm working. So what for me and for my group of my colleagues, my client has given me some pipelines. So he asked me to build. So we can't directly go and build in this particular production environment. We need to, there is something called as development environment is there. So there will be a connection between development environment and the production environment. That is a master branch or a main branch. So we four of us, what we will do individually, will create our own pipelines. So we'll four of us will take the feature branch from this master branch. In feature branch, we will develop the pipeline, and if it is working fine as per the expected results, then that feature branch I will merge it in the master branch. So then only the changes can be seen by others. For suppose no one has opened the feature branch, I have created one feature branch in the ADF, and from there what I am doing, I have created one new pipeline called a sample one. So later on, after half an hour, and I have merged into master branch. Okay, the changes are there in the master branch. Now, after the changes are there in the master branch, the one of the other teammate came, and he has seen the pipeline, where the pipeline that I have built in the feature branch that she can able to see. So on top of it she can work, or on other new pipeline she can work. So by taking the feature branch, the master branch will not get affected, and you can validate it also with your own test cases, like whether the expected results are coming or not. So once the expected results are coming for you, you can merge it in the master branch. But if you have merged it in the master branch, the task was not over until and unless you need to do something called as publish at the last to view the changes that four of you have done in the this development environment. Then only if I click on publish, whatever the code is there, or something, whatever the code is, that code will be visible in our live mode. Okay, now instead of doing time waste, we go over here. There is something called as overview dashboards. Dashboards means, see, simply you will get what are the dashboards like. That means the client will say that I need these pipelines need to be get completed fastly, and these pipelines are in their high priority, and these pipelines are low priority, you can complete within 4 weeks, like that. These pipelines you need to do within span of 18 to 20 days, like that. So those dashboards will be displayed over here. Okay, but we won't use it because we are not DevOps engineer. I'll tell you till where our role will be there in this particular DevOps industry. Okay, go to repositories. Repositories are most important. Commits means if you have committed any pipeline, saved any pipeline, that is a commits. If you are pushing your code to other environments and all, then you use pushes. Branches, tags, pull request, all these things. How many pipelines are there? What pipelines you are managing? Any pipelines are getting failed a lot? All these things. So DevOps is completely a development and this one. Now, right now what I'll do, first of all, let me go to branches. Let me go to branches. Where is the branch? Okay, I don't have any repositories. So what I need to do, first of all, I went to repositories. First of all, I'm there in DevOps. Understand clearly, within that I'm there in organization. Similar projects will be there. Within the organization, I'm there in one project. Within the project, I'm there in the repo. Within the repo, I'm creating one new repo, new repository. New repository, let me take ADF repo. That's it. Okay, click on create. So one new repository created for you. So in this, you are having something called as main branch. Main branch, master branch, both are same. Or if you want to create a one new branch also, you can create. See, simply click on new branch. You can say main or master, master branch. Okay, I'm giving the name. If it is their main branch, which means that this is a master branch. Okay, main branch, master branch, both are same. So I have created one master branch. Now what I need to do? Now what I need to do? Let me go to my uh, Azure. Go to this particular resource groups. Not VNets. Will go resource sources only. Within this, I'm having data factory. Let me open this data factory. Launch. Launch. Every time you can see it is asking something called as set up a code repository. If I set up this one, it will show me the Git because I am setting up through Git only. It will take from cloud directly the default Microsoft Entra ID. Why? Because I have what we call as connected my Microsoft Entra ID with this particular DevOps. So if not, it throws an error. Click on continue. It will ask you to give your DevOps organization name. So in this particular organization, Bhagyaram 14, I'm working. If you want to verify, you can verify. 14, I'm working. Just you can go and provide this one. In which project name you are working. I'm working in something called as ADF DevOps Kit because in that particular organization, only that particular project name is there. What is the repository name? Repository name is there are two repositories I have created. Currently I'm there in which repository? ADF repo. ADF repo I have created the master branch here. So I need to give ADF repo. That's it. Okay, now you can see collaboration branch is main branch, publish branch is ADF publish, all these things. Okay, click on apply. So the git configuration is going on. So this is how you create an organization in the Azure DevOps. From that organization, you create one project. Within the project, you create repository. Within the repository, once you are there, you create one master branch, which is a main branch. Defaultly, one main branch will be there. If you won't create also, nothing will happen. Okay. So finally, our Git configuration has been done. Okay. How you will get to know? Go to your manage tab, Git configuration. You can see what is a repository. This one. What is the use of it? Let me tell you. See, once before and right now, there are two different changes will be there. At the top, you can see like something called as, if you go to author tab, main branch will be there. This is Azure DevOps. This is a main branch. If you click on this main branch, see there are two main branches are there. So this one I have created. This one the Azure DevOps has defaultly created for me. If I want to create a new branch out of it, I can create from here. What I'll do, see this is my live mode. Okay. See in my live mode and right now I'm having one pipeline. See if I switch to my live mode, so this is my live mode. So how many pipelines are there for me? One pipeline. Okay. Now what I need to do, client has given me one new requirement to create one new pipeline. Okay. So what I'll do right now, I'm there in the live mode, live ADF. Now what I'll do, I will first of all switch to this ADF data factory. This is my real data factory. Okay. What where I will go? I will go to this. Just a second. This buttons are not working properly. Yeah. Now let me go to Azure. This one. So Azure DevOps, if I click on Azure DevOps, I will come to the main branch and all. If I went to live mode, switch to live mode, it will directly go to live mode for me. Now, if I want to develop a new pipeline, because do not want to develop the pipeline in production directly, I want to develop this pipeline in first future branches and all. For that, what I need to do, I need to go to this Azure DevOps Git. Super. I'm having one pipeline in both. So first of all, let me do one simple activity. Okay. I do not want to do much ADF because it's already lot of stuff happened. So what I'll rename the pipeline DevOps pipeline. Okay. Pipeline. Now, just in this DevOps pipeline, what I will do, I will create a copy activity. Just I will copy one data from one place to another place. That's it. Okay, that's why I have kept one file. Source. What is a source? Source is my let me take new. Okay, ADLS data lake. If the file is there in CSV format, so this is a source CSV. Linked service is data lake. From which folder I want to take? I will take the folder from source. Source. Which folder? This time I think it's demo. Within demo folders, I will take this e-commerce large file. Okay, this is a source I'm taking, and where I'm migrating this file to sync to destination. Okay, I have validated it. So there are some options also got changed as save as template, all these things. So let me validate my pipeline first. Pipeline went, it's super cool. Okay. Right now, first of all, the first thing you need to do, you need to save your pipeline. So you need to add one comment like uh, development completed. Okay. You will write testing going on. Because it's a very small pipeline, you can easily say that, yeah, development completed testing. So it will get saved in the Git repository directly. Okay. Now what you will do, you will first of all try to debug it. Okay. You will try to debug it. It's a very simple task. Okay. It's a very simple task. Let me go to resource one. Let me go to this one, containers. Okay, just a second. Destination. Okay, you can see e-commerce file came in this. So this particular data lake which is there, this is a pre-prod or the non-prod. Okay, non-prod data lake. So you are testing in this. Okay, file came. The development is also fine. But what is the main problem over here is in which branch you are there. You have developed this entire thing. You have developed this entire thing in the master branch. Okay, but this is not that good. Okay, what you need to do right now, delete this file, delete this file. You should not develop anything in the master branch, or you should not do any change in the master branch. Okay, what you need to do, delete this pipeline, delete this pipeline. So you are having only one pipeline with you right now. So first of all, click on master branch because the UI has changed. You need to click on master branch. Click on what we call as create a branch. Immediately it will ask what kind of branch you want to make. Simply you will take, I will write a feature branch 1, and it will get based upon this master branch or anything. Okay, on which branch means on which it will get based. Okay, it will be based upon this particular master branch. See, this master branch that I have created there only. Okay, let me cancel this one. Okay, let me explain you again this. Mm, not this one. Repos. See guys, I have created, see, we have created the repository. Okay, let me explain the flow again. First of all, your Azure DevOps, then your organization. Within the organization, projects will come. Within the projects, repositories will be there. Within the repositories, will create the branches and all, master branches, and whatever the development, merging, all these things will go. Now, first of all, let me create, I have already created one, what we call it as ADF repository. Okay, or let me, what we call it as delete, delete. Okay, delete. What I will do, simply let me create one new repository. If you want to create the new repository, simply click on this one. Okay, click on new repository. Yeah, what is a new repository? I will create ADF to DevOps. DevOps. This is a new repository that I want to create. Now what I will do, I'll just click on create. Okay, this is what ADF DevOps. You can see something called as main branch, master branch kind of thing, right? Leave it over here. You will get to know what is a branch and all. Branch means feature branch. Main branch, which I have already told what is a main branch. It's a connection between your development environment and your live environment. On top of your main branch or master branch, you will take one feature branch and you develop. And once development is done, testing is also fine. Then you will merge that particular whatever the feature branch into master branch, and that feature branch will get deleted automatically. Okay, let me show you in live. Okay, now I have main branch, everything is been there. Okay, now what I'll do, let me go to my particular ADF, duplicate the file. Sorry, not file, duplicate the page. Go to this particular resource group. Within the resource group, first resource group, within the first resource group, this one, Azure Data Factory, start. So in this, okay, you can't see anything. Okay, why? Because the git thing was not got set up. Let me do setup. If I click on author, you can see the main branch is there. Just if I click on this main branch, there is one master branch will come. See, this main branch means it is a main master branch. So this I have created unfortunately, or I can create a new branch also, which is a future branch. See, if it is star is there, that's a main branch. If star is not there, that is a future branch. Example, if I create a new branch, I can create here also like feature branch. Okay, just on top of which I am creating, on top of main branch only I am creating. Click on create. That's it. So in this main branch or in this feature branch, I will develop. If I want to switch to my live, I can go over here. But before this, I will just merge it in the main branch. Then from this, it will go to the live. Okay. But first of all, let me do one sample pipeline. Pipeline, pipeline. Yes. In this sample pipeline, it is DevOps pipe. Okay. Right now, let me take one copy activity. Just I'll copy. What I'll copy from the source CSV to what we can say destination DS. Okay, from source CSV to destination DS. What is there in my source? Let me check first. Let me go to containers. Let me go to source. Source I'm having demo is there. So let me go into the demo. So within the demo, what file is there that will get been taken. So sync, it will just directly deploy in the destination. That's it. So try to validate my pipeline once. Yeah, pipeline has been validated successfully. And this is my feature branch, right? I'll try to debug once. Let us check whether it is working fine or not. Hey, it's a very small pipeline. Why you are taking that much amount of time? Yes. Okay. So it got successfully forwarded from feature branch, right? If I go to, for suppose, in my particular ADLS Gen 2, if I go to destination, you can see the file got transferred, right? See, in real time industry, development environment consists of separate resource group. Within that resource group, for the development environment, there will be separate storage account where they used to do testing things only, migrate the file here and there. But here we are having only one storage account. For the development thing, there is separate what we call it as ADF will be created, like how we have created for private ADF and public ADF. Like that, after that UAT also it will be there like that only. After that it will be pushed to production also. Separate resource group will be there. So in our organization there are three resource groups are there. One is production, one is what we call as pre-prod, and after that it is development. Sorry, first is development, after that is UAT, the last one is production. Okay, so it goes like this. Okay, now so we will not mix up. So that's why separate resource groups have been taken. Okay, now we are having only one resource group, so that's why that resource group only I have taken. Okay, now you have developed now this pipeline. Save this one, save this one. Testing completed. Okay, click on okay, saved. Okay, now let me first of all, I want to delete this from here. Okay, now let me show you one thing. Like, if for suppose, if I have switched from feature branch to main branch, you will see only one pipeline. Why? Till now, I am developing everything over here only. Okay, I am developing everything over here only. Here I have developed the pipeline, created one feature branch. And after this, I have developed over here, tested it. It is working fine. Now what I need to do, I need to merge this to the master branch. So if my whatever the new dev pipeline that I have built, if that pipeline needs to get visible in the master branch, then I need to raise something called as pull request. Okay, pull request. Okay, pull request. So in this, what I'll do from master branch, I am go to feature branch. Okay, what I'll do simply means I'll put it over here. I'll just write something called as create pull request, even though I want to just give clarity also. If I switch to live mode also, I will have that one pipeline which was built before, which is sample pipeline. Okay, let me jump to git, and again, uh, what I need to do, I need to go to pull request. I need to create a pull request from here, or I can go over here, try to what we call it as refresh the thing, and I can write pull request over here also. So if I click on this pull request means what? The master branch want to pull the feature branch, that whatever the development that happened in the feature branch, the master branch want to pull that one. So to make it match for it. Okay. Now, so there are no pull requests are there, right? I can create a new pull request over here also, or what I need to do, from here I need to push actually. See, I need to write create pull request. Now this will be taken over to my Git. What is the title? I need to add adding pipeline, DevOps pipeline, description, adding pipeline, testing completed, and I will say can merge, can merge in main pipeline. I can write like this, okay. And if any screenshots are there, like while running the things, if any screenshots are there, those screenshots also I can keep, and simply I will write create. If any issues are there while merging the things, here merge conflicts will be shown, but no issues are there. So that's why there will be no merge conflicts. Okay. Now, after this, what I need to do, I need to approve it first of all. See, there I am the Raj I have created, but for this account, I am only the person who is higher official also. What I'll do, I'll approve it. Yeah, it's good. Fine like that. And I can add a comment also. Like what? Like, okay, proceed with the main branch. Okay. So I will comment like this. I'm only the person. Okay. Now what I'll do, now I'll just click on this complete. If I just click on this complete, it will simply say that, see, this is a main branch. This is a, from here I have created my feature branch, and I have done developments, and again I'm merging this into main branch. But I am telling that complete associated work items after merging, and as well as delete the, if I want to delete, I can delete. If I want to keep the feature branch, I can keep like that after merging. Okay, I want to delete it. Simply complete. Okay, it's a very simple pipeline, so that's why it merged very fastly. Okay, now what is a cherry pick? Cherry pick means this also we'll use. For suppose there is one big pipeline is there. Within that big pipeline, you need to just pick one part of the pipeline. That's it. The rest of entire part of the pipeline is working fine. Because of that particular part only, it's not working. And you have again went to that particular feature branch, again rectified that one. Once after rectification is been done, then you have merged over here. But if you do merge again, the entire pipeline will get merged again. It will take some time for the bigger pipelines. Okay, but cherry pick means if you want to just deploy a part of the pipeline, that the fix that you have provided, or if you just want to deploy one piece of the pipeline within that, so that's what cherry pick, just picking the cherry on top of it, that's it. Okay. And first of all, this is not that much our task. Okay. This, our main what we call it as let me tell you till where we'll do. Okay. After we have done this merging and all, it's completed. Now what is the thing now? First of all, Now if I go to my main branch, you can see the two pipelines that I have done. Before I couldn't able to see, but the pipeline that I have deployed, that I have moved to the main branch right now. But unfortunately, if I go to my live, which is my main production one, I can see only one pipeline. Why? Because I didn't committed it, or I didn't what we call it as published it. So what I need to do after merging to the main branch, for sure I need to do the publish. So once I do publish, then only this will be taken to the live. So see, click on OK. So publishing changes to the factory. Now it will do the main changes in the factory, which is our main production environment. So this is what DevOps that we do. Now if I go to my what we call it as, see till here we will work. This is our main work. We need to generate the ARM templates, and we need to give this ARM templates to the DevOps engineer, and he will take care of the things, and he will put in the pipelines, and he will run. I hope everyone understood on top of this. See the pull request. See one pull request just now have updated. You can see over here, and any push happened. See one file I have created and I have deleted something. So those things, and recently I have updated this particular thing. Now any commits happen. Commits means anything committed. Yes, I have committed it on this top of this. You can see this one also. And there is one thing called a files. This is most important. Okay. If I clicked on this files, what happened? I think I need to refresh the tab. Let me refresh the tab. ADF publish. If I go to area publishes, this is what the till here I'm there in this master branch. I went to ADS publish. So here you can see that the Rohit data factory 6 just now has committed the ARM template and parameters deployed. So our main task is to develop the pipeline and move this pipeline to the main branch. From there you need to raise one pull request. Means by pull request only you will match the what we call as feature branch changes to the main branch or the master branch. From there, if everything is working fine, no much conflicts are there, nothing is there, it is not getting affected with other pipelines, or not other pipelines, with other parameters or internal things and all. So happily you can publish the thing, which will get published in the live mode, which is our main production one. After you click on publish, you will get to generate something called as ARM templates. This ARM templates you need to hand over to DevOps team. Till there our work is closed. So this is what entire video on. It's a complete master class on Azure fundamentals. Okay, I hope you guys understood from starting to beginning. So this is the last thing. Like first of all, I have created the organization, then I have created the project, then I have created a Git repository, then I have connected to Azure DevOps to the Microsoft Entra ID. And once you have connected, it asks you to log out from there. You log out, wait for 2 minutes, again log in to that same account. Okay, and open your factory. You need to do your Git configuration, and once your Git configuration is completed, you need to connect your ADF to the DevOps repository. Then collaboration branch, which is a main branch. Publish branch is a ADF publish. It's a root folder. Okay, after that what you will do, ADF Git integration will be successful. Once it is been done, you need to switch to the what we call it as feature branch. You need to create your ADF pipeline, test your pipeline, save your changes, commit changes to the Git feature branch visible in the Azure DevOps for sure. Azure DevOps, but it is not visible in the main branch or that one until and unless you raise pull request. You can go to repos pull request, or you can what we can say, from here also you can do, from where, from data factory also you can raise a pull request, which will directly navigate to that page. Okay, review the pull request, complete the merge. Okay, after that code merged into main branch, go to ADF, switch to main branch, click on publish, ADF deploy to the live mode. automatically ARM templates will be generated. ARM templates store in the ADF published branch, which branch, main branch. So this file got generated, dot dates and file, two files you will get generated. ARM templates for factory.json, ARM templates parameters for factory.json too. So now this is being generated, then only your live ADF success, means ADF is being successfully done. I hope everyone understood about this master class. If you have understood this class, it's easy for you to work with Azure for sure. Okay. So thanks for your, if you have watched this video till now, so thanks for your support. Okay. Now kindly please revise the entire thing. Wherever you are having doubts, kindly rewatch that part. Still if you are not getting the things, please get back to me. I will explain you at any time you want. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you.